Greetings, warriors and dreamers. Welcome to the realms of sleep, where tonight we journey through the epic world of God of War. I am your guide through the 9 realms, where ancient gods whisper their secrets and mythic landscapes unfold before us. From the frost-covered mountains of Midgard to the golden halls of Asgard, these tales of gods and giants will carry you into peaceful slumber. Lay down your weapons, rest your weary head, and allow the legends of these powerful beings to become the landscape of your dreams. The battles have been fought, and now is the time for rest. So close your eyes, brave one. Let the fire of the hearth warm you as we begin our journey through realms both wondrous and dangerous. The last light of day faded behind the mountains as Kratos and Atreus made their way along a narrow, snow-dusted path. Tall pines stood sentinel on either side, their branches heavy with fresh powder that occasionally released soft plumes of white when stirred by the evening breeze. Their breath formed clouds in the crisp air, a reminder of the deepening cold that accompanied nightfall in these northern realms. Atreus pulled his fur cloak tighter around his shoulders, grateful for the extra layer his father had insisted he bring, despite his protests earlier that day. The journey had proven longer than anticipated, winding through valleys and passes rarely traveled by any save dwarven kind. The fading daylight cast long blue shadows across the pristine snow, transforming the familiar wilderness into something more mysterious, almost otherworldly in its quiet beauty. "Are you sure this is the right way, Father?" Atreus asked, brushing snow from his shoulders as they navigated around a particularly dense thicket. Brock's directions seemed complicated. Kratos grunted affirmatively, his eyes fixed on subtle markings carved into occasional trees. Runes nearly invisible unless one knew precisely what to look for. The patterns were deliberately obscure, designed to be recognized only by those already familiar with dwarven wayfinding techniques. The dwarf's path is hidden by design. Few are permitted knowledge of this place. Secured at Kratos' belt, Mimir chuckled softly. Dwarven paranoia at its finest. Their secret forges are guarded more zealously than royal treasuries, and with good reason. The knowledge contained within is worth more than gold to those who understand its value. The head's voice carried clearly in the stillness of the winter forest, where sound traveled differently through the cold air, each word seeming to linger before dissipating into the gathering darkness. Despite Mimir's jesting tone, there was an underlying respect in his description that suggested genuine appreciation for dwarven crafting secrets. "What makes this forge different from Brock's usual workshop?" Atreus asked, ducking beneath a low-hanging branch laden with snow. "He already has everything he needs at his shop by the Lake of Nine." "Ah, but that's merely a traveling forge," Mimir explained. "Practical, certainly, and impressive by most standards, but ancestral dwarven forges like the one we seek tonight are something altogether different. Places of power built at specific junctions where the material world and the cosmic fire of creation intersect." They had been traveling since midday, departing their cabin with the world seed, now known to be Forge Heart, carefully wrapped and secured in Atreus' inner pocket. Throughout the journey, he had felt its gentle warmth against his chest, occasionally checking to find the amber veins spreading further across its silvery surface, creating patterns that seemed almost deliberate in their arrangement. The boy paused briefly, reaching inside his tunic to ensure the precious object remained secure. The rhythmic pulsation against his palm reassured him of its presence, stronger now than it had been hours earlier. "The Forge Heart grows warmer," Atreus noted as they rounded a massive boulder that had appeared, at first glance, to block the path entirely. Behind it, the trail continued, now descending into a ravine sheltered from the wind. It's like it knows we're getting closer. It does know, Mimir confirmed. Forge Heart responds to proximity with compatible crafting energies. It's preparing itself for whatever transformation awaits. The head's knowledge of such obscure magical phenomena never ceased to impress Atreus, though he had grown accustomed to Mimir's seemingly limitless repository of information about the 9 realms and their hidden wonders. His mother had taught him to value wisdom alongside more practical skills, understanding that knowledge often proved as valuable as strength in navigating their dangerous world. Kratos remained silent, but his eyes constantly scanned their surroundings, alert for any sign of danger despite Brock's assurances that the path to the hidden forge was protected by dwarf magic. Years of experience had taught him that no sanctuary was ever truly secure, no path entirely free of threat. His hand never strayed far from the Leviathan axe secured at his back, ready to defend against whatever might emerge from the deepening shadows of the winter forest. As they descended deeper into the ravine, the snow-covered ground gave way to bare stone, suggesting they had entered an area where natural weather patterns were somehow altered. The air felt different too, still cold but carrying subtle hints of warmth and the distinct metallic scent that Atreus had come to associate with dwarven craftsmanship. Tiny runes became visible along the rock walls, glowing faintly blue when caught in the right angle of the fading light. "We're close," the boy observed, excitement rising in his voice despite the long journey. The prospect of witnessing legendary dwarven crafting techniques, secrets rarely shared with outsiders, overshadowed any fatigue he might have felt. His fingers traced one of the luminescent runes as they passed. "What do these mean, Mimir?" "Protection and misdirection," the head replied. "Clever work, too. They create a subtle confusion in the mind of anyone approaching without permission or proper guidance. Those who wander here by accident would suddenly find themselves inexplicably turning around, convinced they were heading in a completely different direction. Yet they have no effect on us," Kratos observed, his deep voice resonating in the narrow passage. "Because we come with invitation," Mimir explained. "The forge heart you carry serves as a key of sorts, recognized by the ancient protections. Without it, even knowing the path wouldn't guarantee passage." The path narrowed further, winding between stone walls that gradually revealed themselves to be not entirely natural. Subtle tool marks showed where the passage had been enhanced, widened in some places, and deliberately constricted in others, creating a meandering approach that would force any intruders to proceed slowly, vulnerably exposed to defensive positions above. Atreus studied these modifications with growing appreciation for dwarven ingenuity. What might appear random to casual observation revealed itself as meticulously planned when examined with knowing eyes. "They thought of everything," he murmured. "Even the way the passage curves would make it impossible for archers to target effectively from a distance." Dwarves have survived millennia, surrounded by taller, stronger races for good reason, Mimir noted. They understand that cleverness often trumps brute force. "No offense intended, brother," he added quickly to Kratos. The god of war merely grunted in response, though there might have been the faintest suggestion of amusement in the sound. He had come to respect dwarven craftsmanship through direct experience, his own Leviathan axe standing testament to their unparalleled skill. Finally, the passage opened onto a small clearing, at the far side of which stood their destination. A stone facade built directly into the mountainside, its entrance framed by intricately carved pillars that depicted scenes of legendary crafting. Dwarven figures wielded hammers and tongs, working metals that seemed to flow like water beneath their skilled hands. Above the entrance, runes glowed with faint blue light, providing just enough illumination to guide travelers across the clearing. "The Whisper Forge," Mimir announced with uncharacteristic reverence, "one of the oldest dwarven crafting sites in all the 9 realms. They say the first dwarf weapons were created here, back when the worlds were young, and the boundaries between them still forming." Atreus approached the entrance with appropriate respect, noting how the carved figures seemed almost to move in the subtle play of light and shadow. Each scene depicted a different aspect of dwarven crafting tradition: the mining of rare materials, the refinement of magical alloys, the forging of legendary weapons, and the intricate process of imbuing creations with specific enchantments. The level of detail was extraordinary, capturing the intensity of concentration in miniature faces and the precise positioning of tools in tiny hands. "They look so real," he whispered, reaching out but stopping short of actually touching the carvings, "like they might step out of the stone at any moment." "Master craftsmanship," Kratos observed simply, but his tone carried appreciation, rarely expressed for anything that wasn't immediately practical for combat or survival. As they reached the threshold, the forge heart in Atreus' pocket pulsed with sudden intensity, its warmth increasing noticeably. In response, the runes above the entrance flared brighter, as if acknowledging the presence of compatible magic. The stone door, which had appeared solid and immovable, suddenly revealed seams previously invisible, segments shifting and rearranging themselves to create an opening just wide enough to permit passage. "It recognizes what you carry," came a familiar, gruff voice from within. Brock emerged from the shadowed interior, his blue skin taking on copper highlights from unseen fires burning somewhere deeper inside. "Right on time, too. The forge has reached optimal temperature." The dwarf looked unusually formal, having traded his work apron for what appeared to be ceremonial attire, still practical by design, but adorned with symbolic patterns worked in silver thread along the edges. His beard was neatly braided, secured with metal clasps inscribed with runes of crafting and protection. Even his typically disheveled hair had been combed and arranged in a style that suggested significance beyond ordinary grooming. "You cleaned up," Atreus observed with surprise, earning a scowl from the typically disheveled dwarf. "Some occasions warrant proper respect, boy," Brock growled, though without real anger. "Working with Forge Heart ain't an everyday occurrence. Happens maybe once in a dwarf's lifetime, if he's exceptionally lucky." He gestured for them to follow. "Now come on, we've preparations to make before the night reaches its darkest point." They followed Brock through the entrance, passing beneath the glowing runes into a short passage that quickly opened into the forge proper, a circular chamber carved directly from the living rock of the mountain. The space was smaller than Atreus had anticipated, yet perfectly proportioned, with every element positioned for maximum efficiency of movement and workflow. The boy turned slowly, taking in the details with wonder. Unlike Brock's utilitarian workshop by the Lake of Nine, the Whisper Forge blended functionality with beauty in a way that suggested ritual purpose alongside practical crafting. The walls were adorned with intricate reliefs depicting the history of dwarven metalwork, interspersed with shelves holding tools so specialized their functions weren't immediately apparent, even to Atreus's educated eye. At the chamber's center burned the forge itself, not the roaring inferno one might expect, but a concentrated, disciplined fire contained within a hearth of strange black stone veined with silver. The flames burned blue and violet rather than orange, giving off intense heat but minimal smoke, which was channeled away through clever vents cut into the ceiling. The fire moved with almost liquid properties, swirling and flowing in patterns that suggested consciousness rather than random combustion. Is that regular fire? Atreus asked, fascinated by its unusual properties. Ha! Brock barked a laugh. About as regular as Mjolnir is a regular hammer. That's forge fire, cousin to the primordial flames that existed before the 9 realms themselves. Only 7 such fires remain in all the worlds, each guarded by dwarven kind since the first forging. Surrounding the central hearth were workbenches equipped with tools, more precise and varied than any Atreus had seen, even in Brock and Syndra's shops. Hammers of every conceivable size and shape hung on one wall, while another displayed tongs, punches, files, and implements the boy couldn't begin to identify. Everything was meticulously organized, each tool exactly where it would be needed in the crafting process. The chamber was illuminated not by ordinary torches, but by crystalline formations embedded in the walls, which captured and amplified the forge fire's light, distributing a gentle blue-violet glow throughout the space. The effect was simultaneously practical and mystical, creating an atmosphere that felt removed from the ordinary world outside. "Where's Sindri?" Atreus asked, noticing the absence of Brock's fastidious brother. The 2 dwarves typically work together on significant projects, their contrasting personalities and complementary skills producing results neither could achieve alone. Some traditions require separation, Brock explained cryptically, arranging various implements on a workbench near the forge. Brothers work different aspects of the old magics. Tonight's work falls under my domain. He turned to Kratos with unexpected formality. The forge recognizes you as warriors worthy of its gifts. Now show me what you've brought. Atreus carefully withdrew the wrapped forge heart from his pocket. In the unique light of the dwarven forge, the small stone seemed to come alive, its silvery surface now laced with amber veins that pulsed in rhythm with the blue-violet flames. When fully exposed, it emitted a gentle ringing tone just at the threshold of hearing, a sound that seemed to harmonize with the ambient hum of the forge fire. Brock approached with uncharacteristic reverence, not touching the stone, but examining it from all angles, as Atreus held it on its cloth wrapping. His eyes narrowed with professional assessment, noting patterns and configurations invisible to less experienced observers. "Remarkable," the dwarf murmured. "It's already forming clear intention. See these patterns? They're not random, they're a blueprint." "A blueprint for what?" Atreus asked, studying the intricate lines that now covered the stone's surface. To his eyes, they resembled a complex combination of runes and flowing designs, similar to those his mother had carved into their cabin's support beams, yet different in ways he couldn't quite articulate. "That's what we're here to discover," Brock replied, gesturing for Atreus to place the forge heart on a small silver pedestal near the hearth. Forge heart doesn't just become any ordinary weapon. It manifests something needed, something connected to its bearer's destiny. He looked up at Kratos, usually tied to some great purpose or coming challenge. Kratos frowned slightly, immediately suspicious of anything that claimed connection to predetermined fate. His entire existence had been a battle against prophecy and divine manipulation, a constant assertion of free will against cosmic forces that sought to control his path. "We determine our own path," he stated firmly. Sure, Brock waved dismissively. "Call it what you want. Point is, Forgeheart responds to potential futures, creating tools needed to face them. Whether those futures are fixed destiny or just likely outcomes doesn't much matter to the crafting process." The explanation seemed to satisfy Kratos marginally, though his expression remained guarded. Experience had taught him that magical artifacts rarely came without complications or unexpected consequences. He had wielded too many gifts that eventually revealed hidden costs to accept any magical object without healthy skepticism. "So what do we do?" Atreus asked, eager to begin despite the late hour and their long journey. His natural curiosity always overcame caution when faced with new knowledge, especially anything connected to the mysterious heritage he was gradually discovering through their travels. "First," Brock said, straightening to his full height, which still barely reached Kratos' mid-chest, "we prepare the workspace. Forging with heartstone requires specific conditions." He gestured to a shelf containing various containers of different sizes and materials. "Bring me the silver dust from the blue jar, the crushed black carbon crystals from the red jar, and that flask of clear liquid." As Atreus gathered the requested materials, Brock turned to Kratos. "You'll need to work the bellows during the initial heating. Your strength will be needed to achieve the necessary temperature. Forge heart melts at heat far beyond ordinary metals." Kratos examined the bellows, a massive apparatus that seemed designed for someone of his stature rather than dwarven craftsmen. Unlike typical forge bellows, this mechanism incorporated intricate valves and chambers of varying sizes, allowing precise control over both the volume and direction of airflow. The leather components were adorned with protective runes similar to those they had seen along the approach path, suggesting magical reinforcement against the extreme heat they would need to generate. "The process requires precision as well as strength," Brock added, noting Kratos' assessment of the equipment. "Too much air at the wrong moment could ruin everything. You'll need to follow my signals exactly." Kratos nodded once, accepting the responsibility with characteristic seriousness. Despite his preference for direct action, he understood the value of crafting from his own culture's traditions. Spartan warriors were taught to maintain their equipment with the same discipline they applied to combat training, recognizing that even the finest weapon was only as effective as the care invested in its creation and maintenance. For the next hour, they prepared according to Brock's exacting instructions. The dwarf inscribed precise runes around the perimeter of the hearth, using the silver dust to create patterns that glowed briefly before seeming to sink into the stone itself. The black crystals were arranged in a specific configuration within the flames, altering their color from blue-violet to a deeper indigo, with occasional flashes of white. The clear liquid, which Brock identified only as distilled essence of Niflheim mist, was applied drop-wise to specific points around the forge with a silver eyedropper. Each drop sizzled upon contact, releasing tiny spirals of vapor that smelled faintly of winter storms and mountain heights. Throughout these preparations, Atreus assisted where permitted, handing tools to Brock and occasionally holding components in place while the dwarf secured them. He absorbed every detail with intense concentration, understanding that he was witnessing traditions rarely shared outside dwarven bloodlines. His mother had taught him to value such opportunities for learning, especially regarding crafting techniques that might someday prove useful in their isolated existence. "These preparations are as old as dwarf kind itself," Mimir commented from his observation point atop a small shelf where Kratos had positioned him for an optimal view of the proceedings. "The combination of materials creates a microclimate within the forge that allows manipulation of something even more fundamental than metal or stone, the underlayer of reality itself, where matter and energy remain indistinguishable." "You're unusually knowledgeable about dwarf techniques," Brock noted suspiciously, glancing up from his work. "I wasn't always just a head, you know," Mimir replied with dignity. "In my wandering days, I spent nearly a century among the mountain clans of eastern Nidavellir. Learned quite a bit before they eventually grew tired of my questions and suggested I might find the climate elsewhere more agreeable. Surprised they tolerated you that long, Brock muttered, though there was a hint of reluctant respect in his tone. Throughout the Forge Heart's preparation, it continued to evolve, the amber veins growing more pronounced and beginning to emit a faint glow of their own. The stone's surface occasionally rippled like water disturbed by a gentle breeze, despite remaining solid to the touch. These changes accelerated as the preparations neared completion, as if the Forge Heart sensed its imminent transformation and responded with increasing eagerness. Now, Brock said finally, when all was ready, we begin the true work. Boy, you'll place the Forge Heart directly into the flames when I give the word, not before. The timing must be precise. Kratos positioned himself at the bellows, hands gripping the handles with controlled strength. Atreus stood ready with the Forge Heart, now uncovered and glowing intensely in the darkened forge. Even Mimir had fallen silent, recognizing the solemnity of the moment about to unfold. The legends say, the head commented quietly, breaking his brief silence, that during such workings, the spirits of ancient craftsmen sometimes return to observe. Keep your eyes open for unusual shadows or movements in your peripheral vision. Brock shot the head an irritated glance. Don't go putting superstitious nonsense in their heads. Any spirits here are just residual energies, not conscious entities. Despite his dismissal, the dwarf's eyes darted briefly to the chamber's darker corners, suggesting he wasn't entirely convinced of his own explanation. Outside, the night had deepened to its darkest point. Within the forge, the only illumination came from the indigo flames and the increasingly bright glow of the Forge Heart itself, casting long shadows that seemed to move with subtle independence from their sources. The chamber had grown noticeably warmer, though the heat remained pleasant rather than oppressive, contained primarily around the central hearth where the actual work would take place. Atreus felt a curious combination of exhaustion and heightened awareness, the physical fatigue of their long journey contrasting with the mental stimulation of participating in ancient magical crafting. The Forge Heart pulsed against his palms with increasing urgency, as if eager for its transformation to begin. Now, Brock commanded suddenly, raising one hand in a formal gesture, into the heart of the flame. Atreus stepped forward, carefully placing the Forge Heart directly into the center of the indigo fire. Immediately, Kratos began working the bellows with powerful, rhythmic movements, sending carefully controlled bursts of air into the forge's depths. The leather apparatus creaked under the pressure, but held firm, channeling his considerable strength into precisely directed force. The response was immediate and dramatic. The flames surged upward, changing color again, this time to a bright silver white that illuminated the entire chamber with intense radiance. Within this brilliant conflagration, the Forge Heart began to transform, its solid form seeming to soften and expand, releasing swirls of luminescent vapor that formed intricate patterns above the hearth. Keep the rhythm steady, Brock instructed Kratos, who maintained the precise bellows movement despite the increasing resistance. Too much air and the essence scatters, too little and the transformation aborts. Sweat beaded on Kratos' brow as he worked, the physical effort considerable even for his godly strength. The bellows required not just raw power but careful control, each compression and release timed to coordinate with the Forge Heart's pulsating glow within the flames. Though his expression remained stoic, the intensity of his concentration was evident in the perfect consistency of his movements. Atreus watched in fascination as the patterns in the vapor became increasingly complex, occasionally resolving into recognizable forms. A tree reminiscent of Yggdrasil, a serpent coiled in endless loops, a wolf with jaws opened wide, before dissolving back into abstract swirls. Each image appeared briefly but vividly, hanging in the air above the forge like prophetic visions, before dispersing into the chamber's atmosphere. "It's showing possibilities," Brock explained, noticing the boy's rapt attention while he carefully monitored the forge heart's condition. "Potential forms it might take, based on the challenges that lie in your path." "How does it know what challenges we'll face?" Atreus asked, never taking his eyes from the mesmerizing display. The visions held particular fascination after their experience in Yggdrasil's hidden glade, where they had glimpsed possible futures connected to Ragnarok and their own journey. "It doesn't exactly," the dwarf replied, carefully adding pinches of various powders to the flames as he spoke. Each addition caused subtle color changes within the silver-white fire, brief flashes of blue, green, or gold that corresponded with shifts in the vapor patterns above. "More like it resonates with probable outcomes. The stronger the possibility, the more clearly it manifests in the crafting vision." Mimir watched the process with scholarly interest, his magical eyes perceiving layers of the transformation invisible to the others. "Fascinating," he murmured. "The forge heart isn't just changing form, it's integrating aspects of your experiences and potential futures into its very structure." As the crafting continued, more specific images began to appear in the swirling vapor. Atreus and Kratos standing before a massive gate inscribed with Jotnar runes. A mountain path winding between worlds. A knife cutting through what appeared to be the fabric of reality itself, revealing glowing pathways beyond. "They're becoming more specific," Atreus noted, recognizing elements connected to their ongoing quest to reach Jotunheim and fulfill his mother's final wish. "Is that significant?" "Crucial," Brock confirmed, his expert eyes narrowed as he assessed the patterns. "Means the forge heart is narrowing its focus, identifying the most likely manifestation it should take." He gestured for Kratos to adjust his rhythm slightly. "Slower now. We're approaching the coalescence point." Kratos complied, maintaining the steady pressure, but extending the intervals between compressions. The silver-white flames responded by consolidating inward, their wild surges settling into a more controlled column directly above where the forge heart floated within the fire. The swirling vapors began to spiral downward, gradually reintegrating with the transforming stone at the center. For nearly an hour, this process continued, Kratos working the bellows with unwavering stamina, Brock adding mysterious catalysts to the fire at precisely timed intervals, and the forge heart continuing its metamorphosis within the silver-white flames. The vapor patterns gradually stabilized, returning repeatedly to certain forms, while others appeared less frequently until they ceased altogether. "It's deciding," Brock murmured, scrutinizing the remaining patterns with professional assessment. "Narrowing down based on highest probability and greatest need." Throughout the chamber, the shadows continued their subtle, independent movements, occasionally forming shapes suggestive of watching figures, before dissolving back into ordinary darkness. The air had taken on a curious density, as if thickened with potential energy awaiting release. Even the stone walls seemed to respond to the working, minute crystalline structures within them, glinting with resonant light when the forge heart pulsed particularly strongly. Atreus felt strangely connected to the process, despite his relatively passive role now that the transformation had begun. Each time the forge heart pulsed within the flames, he experienced a corresponding sensation in his own chest, a gentle pressure that synchronized perfectly with the stone's rhythmic glow. His Jotnar heritage, awakened further through their encounter with Yggdrasil's hidden glade, apparently rendered him more sensitive to the magical energies permeating the chamber. "Father," he said quietly, not wanting to disrupt Kratos' concentration, but feeling the observation important enough to share. I can feel it. Inside, like it's speaking to me somehow. Kratos' eyes flicked briefly to his son, concern momentarily visible before his focus returned to the critical task of maintaining the bellow's rhythm. He had witnessed enough divine manipulation to be wary of any magic that created such connections, yet trusted Atreus' developing judgment regarding his unique abilities. Normal, Brock assured them both, correctly interpreting Kratos' concern. The Forge Heart responds to bloodlines, Jotnar especially, given their connection to Yggdrasil, where most Forge Heart forms naturally. He adjusted a small valve on the bellows apparatus, fine-tuning the airflow. It's not controlling him, more like consulting, checking compatibility. This explanation did little to ease Kratos' suspicion, but the forging had progressed too far to abort without potential consequences. Instead, he redoubled his focus on the precise physical task assigned to him, trusting his strength and discipline to guide the process safely to completion. Finally, when it seemed the chamber could not possibly grow brighter, the forge erupted in a soundless flash that momentarily blinded them all. The silver-white flames collapsed inward, compressing to a single point of brilliant light, before expanding outward in a controlled wave that dissipated harmlessly against the specially prepared walls. When vision returned, the forge fire had subsided back to its original blue-violet hue, and floating above the hearth, suspended in a column of gently swirling energy, was a knife, Atreus said with undisguised disappointment. After all the dramatic build-up, the result seemed oddly mundane. A simple blade, perhaps the length of his hand, with a plain handle of some dark material. Given the elaborate process and the significant magical energies involved, he had expected something more visibly impressive. A legendary weapon, comparable to his father's axe, perhaps, or an artifact of obvious power. Brock's expression, however, showed nothing but reverence. Not just any knife, boy. Look closer. As Atreus studied the floating object, he began to notice unusual qualities that had escaped his initial assessment. The blade itself seemed to shift between solid and liquid states, its surface rippling like water while maintaining perfect edge alignment. The handle, which had appeared plain at first glance, revealed intricate inlaid patterns that changed configuration when viewed from different angles, creating a hypnotic effect when observed continuously. Most remarkable, the entire knife occasionally seemed to flicker between visibility and transparency, as if existing simultaneously in multiple states of being. A path blade, Mimir breathed, wooden features showing as much surprise as they were capable of expressing. I haven't seen one in centuries. Thought the craft was lost. What's a path blade? Atreus asked, fascination replacing his initial disappointment as he recognized that the knife's unassuming appearance belied extraordinary properties. His mother had taught him that true power rarely advertised itself with ostentatious display, a principle that aligned with his father's preference for functional efficiency over decorative flourish. A tool of transition, Brock explained with uncharacteristic patience, carefully monitoring the blade as it rotated slowly within its column of energy. It cuts not just through physical material, but through the barriers between states of existence. Some say it can open ways between worlds when used by one with the right knowledge and bloodline. The ancient Nordic cultures had legends of similar blades, Mimir added, his scholarly knowledge supplementing Brock's crafting expertise. They called them skarniv, threshold knives, said to be able to create doorways where none existed before, allowing passage between realms otherwise inaccessible. Kratos had stepped away from the bellows, his task complete now that the forge heart had fully transformed. He studied the floating knife with the cautious assessment he applied to all magical items, particularly those connected to realm travel. Their previous experiences with pathways between worlds had proven that such transitions often carried unforeseen risks. "What is its purpose?" he asked directly, always concerned with practical application rather than mystical significance. "Why this form instead of another?" "It depends entirely on who wields it," Brock replied, moving around the hearth to observe the path blade from different angles. In the right hands it could reveal hidden paths, access places concealed by magical barriers, perhaps even cut through time itself under specific circumstances. He looked meaningly at Atreus. "Given your particular heritage, the possibilities are extensive." The boy's eyes widened at the implications. Throughout their journey, they had encountered numerous obstacles that strength alone couldn't overcome. Magical barriers, sealed pathways, hidden entrances to important locations. A tool specifically designed to navigate such challenges could prove invaluable. "Could it help us reach Jotunheim?" Idris asked, giving voice to the question uppermost in his mind. The hidden realm of the giants had been their unreachable destination for months, blocked by Odin's magical barriers and the destruction of known pathways. Completing their journey to scatter his mother's ashes at the highest peak in the giants' realm remained their primary objective, one that had seemed increasingly unattainable despite their best efforts. "Possibly," Mimir interjected thoughtfully, "path lakes operate outside normal magical constraints. Odin's barriers might not recognize its particular form of cutting magic. The All-Father's barriers are specifically designed to prevent normal realm travel," Brock elaborated, stroking his beard as he considered the possibilities. "But they're structured to block known methods: Bifrost manipulation, hidden paths along Yggdrasil's branches, conventional magical gateways. A path blade works on an entirely different principle, creating temporary ruptures in the fabric between realms rather than utilizing existing connection." This explanation clearly intrigued Kratos, whose tactical mind immediately recognized the strategic advantage of an approach that circumvented, rather than confronted, established defenses. Much of his success as a warrior stemmed from identifying and exploiting weaknesses in seemingly impenetrable systems, whether physical fortifications or magical protections. Brock gestured for Atreus to step forward. "The forge heart transformed based on your combined presence, but the blade's primary affinity appears directed toward the boy. He should be the one to claim it." Atreus looked to his father for permission, understanding that Kratos' caution regarding magical artifacts came from bitter experience rather than simple stubbornness. After a moment's consideration, Kratos nodded once, though his expression remained guarded. The boy stepped toward the floating knife, hand extended cautiously. "Palm up," Brock instructed. "Let it come to you. Don't grab. Receive." Following these directions, Atreus positioned his open hand beneath the hovering path blade. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, slowly, the knife descended, settling gently across his palm. The moment it made contact, a brief flash of blue-silver light enveloped his hand, and he felt a curious sensation, not painful but intense, as if something was reading him down to his deepest essence. When the light faded, the knife rested comfortably in his grip, feeling lighter than its appearance suggested. The rippling quality of the blade stabilized somewhat, though it still demonstrated unusual visual properties when catching the forge's light at certain angles. The handle, initially a nondescript dark material, had subtly reshaped itself to fit his grip perfectly, as if customized specifically for his hand. "It has accepted you," Brock confirmed, satisfaction evident in his gruff voice. "A proper bonding. The knife will respond to your intentions, growing stronger as you learn its capabilities." Kratos approached, examining the blade without touching it. "Is there danger in its use?" he asked Brock directly, his primary concern always his son's safety, regardless of potential tactical advantages. The dwarf considered the question with appropriate seriousness, understanding that Kratos required honest assessment rather than reassuring platitudes. "All magic carries risk," he admitted, "but path blades are tools of discovery rather than destruction. They're not designed for combat, though they can certainly cut physical objects if needed." He turned to Atreus. "The greater risk would be opening paths to places you're not prepared to face, or creating transitions you can't close afterward." "I'll be careful," Atreus promised solemnly, already feeling a connection to the blade that transcended ordinary ownership. It seemed to resonate with something in his blood, perhaps the Jotnar heritage that had been increasingly manifesting through their various encounters with Yggdrasil's magic. "You'll need training," Brock added, moving to a workbench and gathering several items of varying materials. "Path blades require specific techniques to unlock their full potential. I can teach you the basics tonight, but mastery will come only with practice and experimentation." The forge's indigo flames had settled into a gentler burn, providing a more subdued illumination that transformed the chamber's atmosphere from one of intense working to contemplative instruction. Outside, the night had begun its gradual movement toward dawn, though several hours of darkness still remained before the first hints of sunrise would touch the mountain peaks. "Let us begin, then," Kratos stated practically, "while time permit." Brock nodded agreement, gesturing toward one of the workbenches where he had arranged several objects of various materials: wood, stone, metal, and substances Atreus couldn't readily identify. Each item had been positioned with deliberate care, creating what appeared to be a progression from simple to complex challenges. "We'll start with simple transitions," the dwarf explained, indicating a block of plain pine wood, changing states of ordinary matter before attempting anything more ambitious. Atreus held the path blade with increasing confidence, feeling its subtle vibration against his palm. Not aggressive or demanding, but responsive, almost like a living thing awaiting direction. The connection reminded him of his bow, which had grown to feel like an extension of his arm through months of daily practice. "Hold it like this," Brock demonstrated with an ordinary knife, showing a grip different from standard combat techniques. "Path blades respond more to intention than force. You're guiding rather than commanding." For the next hour, Atreus practiced under Brock's surprisingly patient guidance. He learned how to activate the path blade's basic properties through specific grips and mental focus, discovering that intent played as significant a role as physical technique. The knife responded differently depending on how he visualized the cut, sometimes slicing matter normally, other times passing through solid objects as if they were mist, and occasionally transforming the material itself from one state to another. His first successful transition came when he managed to separate a stone into two perfect halves without applying physical pressure, the blade passing through the rock as if it were water, yet leaving a clean division behind. The second achievement was more complex, transforming a solid block of iron into a liquid state temporarily, allowing him to reshape it before it solidified again. "Good," Brock exclaimed when Atreus managed to cut a doorway-shaped opening through a thick wooden plank that sealed itself closed again when he reversed the blade's motion. "You're getting the feel for it. The path blade isn't just cutting, it's negotiating with reality itself. suggesting alterations rather than forcing them. Throughout these exercises, Kratos observed with careful attention, occasionally asking pointed questions about limitations and potential dangers. Though he rarely showed outward concern, his vigilance spoke volumes about his protective instincts where his son was concerned. "Can it cut through any material?" he asked, after watching Atreus successfully phase the blade through increasingly dense substances. "Almost any physical matter," Brock confirmed, though divine materials and objects specifically enchanted against intrusion might offer resistance. "The real limitation isn't what it can cut, but whether the wielder can control the consequences of the cutting." To demonstrate this point, he had Atreus attempt to create a small opening in a container of water, a seemingly simple task that proved unexpectedly challenging. The path blade easily penetrated the container, but controlling how the water responded to the breach required precise visualization and timing. Several failed attempts resulted in minor floods across the workbench before Atreus mastered the technique. "The boy has natural affinity," Brock commented to Kratos during a brief rest period. "His giant blood recognizes the old magics in ways most couldn't achieve with decades of training." "Is that why the Forgeheart created this particular tool?" Kratos asked, watching as Atreus examined the blade's changing reflections in the forge light. "Partly," the dwarf acknowledged, "but Forgeheart responds to need more than ability. Whatever paths lie ahead of you, this tool was deemed necessary to navigate them." He glanced significantly at Kratos, "which suggests you'll encounter barriers that strength alone cannot overcome." The god of war's expression remained impassive, but he absorbed this information with the tactical assessment of a veteran warrior. Every advantage, every tool had potential value in the challenges that inevitably arose in a world populated by hostile gods and magical threats. Though he preferred direct confrontation, experience had taught him that adaptability often determines survival more than raw power. As the night deepened toward its latest hour, the practical lessons gradually transitioned to quieter instruction. Brock shared historical context about pathblades and their role in dwarven tradition, recounting legends of famous blades and their wielders throughout the ages. The forge's fire burned lower, creating a more intimate atmosphere conducive to storytelling and reflection. One of the most renowned pathblades was Wayfinder, carried by Ivaldi himself during the early days of creation, Brock explained, his gruff voice softening when speaking of legendary crafting ancestors. With it, he discovered the hidden paths between realms that later became known as Ivaldi's passages, shortcuts that exist outside Yggdrasil's main branches. Atreus sat cross-legged near the hearth, the pathblade resting across his knees, occasionally catching the blue-violet light in hypnotic patterns along its surface. His fatigue had given way to quiet alertness as he absorbed Brock's tales, recognizing their potential relevance to their ongoing journey. "Could this blade find those same paths?" he asked, tracing a finger carefully along the flat of the blade. The metal, if it could truly be called that, felt simultaneously cool and warm to the touch, as if maintaining multiple temperature states concurrently. "Potentially," the dwarf confirmed, "though many have been closed or corrupted over the centuries, especially since Odin began his obsessive hoarding of realm travel knowledge. The Allfather fears what he cannot control," Mimir added from his perch, "and pathways that exist outside his carefully mapped network represent precisely such a threat to his authority." The mention of Odin brought a subtle tension to Kratos' posture. Their encounters with the Aesir had proven consistently antagonistic, and anything that might draw the Allfather's attention carried significant risk. "Will he sense the blade's creation?" he asked directly. Brock shook his head confidently. This forge exists outside his scrying range, one reason it's kept so secret. And pathblades themselves have a curious property of evading divine awareness. They exist partially between states, making them difficult for even gods to perceive unless directly observed. This assurance seemed to satisfy Kratos marginally, though his natural skepticism regarding magical protections remained evident in his expression. He had encountered too many supposedly impenetrable defenses to place absolute faith in any claim of perfect concealment. How will we know where the Pathblade can create openings? Atreus asked, focusing on practical application. Are there markers or signs we should look for? Your instincts will guide you, Brock replied. With practice, you'll develop sensitivity to potential transition points, places where the boundaries between states or realms grow naturally thinner. They often manifest as subtle distortions in light, unusual temperature fluctuations, or simply a feeling of rightness. It's difficult to define, but unmistakable when experienced. As they continued their quiet conversation, Atreus noticed something unusual in the forge's shadowed corners. Subtle movements that didn't correspond to their own. Shifting patterns of darkness that occasionally resolved into vaguely humanoid shapes before dispersing back into formlessness. The movements were barely perceptible, visible only when not directly focused upon, disappearing when observed head-on. "Father," he whispered, gesturing discreetly toward one such manifestation. "I think we're not alone." Kratos immediately tensed, hand moving toward his axe, but Brock raised a calming palm. "Easy," the dwarf cautioned. "They're not threats, just witnesses." He nodded toward the shifting shadows. "The old masters. They appear sometimes during significant forgings, observing from beyond whatever barrier separates the living from those who've passed to crafting halls beyond." Mimir, who had been quietly observing from his resting place, nodded confirmation. Dwarven crafters don't truly die in the conventional sense. Their essence returns to the forge flames, occasionally manifesting when new masterworks are created. He spoke with the certainty of one who had witnessed such phenomena personally during his long existence. The shadows continued their ghostly observation, maintaining a respectful distance while occasionally shifting position around the chamber's perimeter. Rather than feeling threatened, Atreus found their presence oddly comforting, like ancestral approval of the work completed this night. "They're curious about the Pathblade," Brock explained, noting one particularly distinct shadow that hovered near where the knife rested at Atreus' side. This may be the first such blade crafted in several centuries, a significant event in dwarven crafting history. "Will they follow us?" Atreus asked, uncertain whether such attention would be welcome beyond the forge's protective walls. "No," Brock assured him. "Their manifestation is tied to places of crafting, forges, workshops, ancient creation sites. They're echoes more than entities, really. Memory given temporary form through magical resonance." As if confirming this explanation, the shadows began to fade as the forge fire diminished further, their already tenuous presence becoming increasingly transparent until they disappeared entirely, leaving only ordinary darkness in the chamber's corner. Outside, the first hints of pre-dawn light had begun to alter the quality of night, though true sunrise remained hours away. The forge's magical heat had noticeably diminished, the once vibrant indigo flames now a gentle blue that provided just enough light to navigate the circular chamber. "The working is complete," Brock announced, stretching his compact frame with the satisfaction of accomplished labor. "The blade is formed, the bond established, and basic instruction provided. What comes next will depend on how you choose to employ its gifts. The dwarf moved to a small cabinet nearly hidden within the wall carvings, retrieving a leather sheath designed specifically for the pathblade. Unlike ordinary knife sheaths, this one incorporated protective runes along its length, and a small crystal set into the end cap. "Keep it in this when not in use," he instructed, handing the sheath to Atreus. "Helps stabilize its transitional nature, prevents accidental activation. The crystal will glow faintly when near potential crossing points, places where the blade might open paths." Atreus accepted the sheath with appropriate reverence, carefully sliding the pathblade into its protective housing. Even enclosed, he could feel the knife's gentle resonance against his side when he attached it to his belt, not insistent, but present, like a quietly spoken reminder of newly acquired responsibility. "We should rest before returning home," Kratos decided practically, noting his son's evident fatigue despite the boy's attempts to appear fully alert. The journey had been long, the night's activities both physically and mentally demanding. Brock nodded agreement. "There are sleeping quarters through that passage," he indicated a previously unnoticed opening on the chamber's far side. "Nothing fancy, but adequate for travelers. I've got a few matters to attend to before I turn in. Maintenance the forge requires after such intensive working." The sleeping quarters proved to be a small but comfortable room carved directly from the mountain stone, with simple bed platforms covered in surprisingly soft furs and pillows stuffed with what felt like down. A small hearth provided gentle warmth, though no visible fuel source fed its steady flames, another piece of dwarf magic that required no explanation. The walls here were also carved, though with less elaborate detail than the main forge chamber. Simple scenes depicted everyday dwarven life, mining, crafting, trading, rendered with the same skillful hand that had created the more dramatic imagery elsewhere. The overall effect was calming, domestic rather than mythic, suggesting a space designed for genuine rest rather than ceremonial appearance. As they settled in for what remained of the night, Atreus carefully placed the sheathed pathblade beside his bed, within easy reach yet secured against accidental activation. The events of the evening swirled in his mind, the dramatic transformation of the forge heart, the mysterious qualities of the pathblade, the ghostly audience of ancient crafters, the potential this new tool offered for their continued journey. "Father," he said quietly in the room's dim light, "do you think the blade will help us reach Jotunheim, complete Mother's request?" Kratos considered the question with his usual measured thoughtfulness. "Perhaps," he answered finally, "but we will not place all hope in any single tool, magical or otherwise. The blade is an aid, not a solution in itself." It was a characteristically pragmatic response, yet contained wisdom. Atreus had come to appreciate more fully as their journey together progressed. His father's caution regarding magical shortcuts and divine interference had proven well-founded through hard experience. "Brock said it responds to need," Atreus mused, thinking of the Forge Heart's transformation. "Maybe it became exactly what we'll require for whatever comes next. We determine our path," Kratos reminded him firmly. "Not prophecy, not magic, not gods. Remember this." The boy nodded, understanding the importance his father placed on free will and self-determination, principles forged through Kratos' own complicated history with divine manipulation and fate. The Pathblade would be a tool they wielded, not a force that directed their journey. Kratos settled onto his own bed, the simple platform somehow accommodating his massive frame without appearing disproportionate, another subtle example of dwarven crafting excellence. Though he arranged himself as if preparing for sleep, Atreus knew his father rarely surrendered completely to slumber, maintaining a level of vigilance even in repose that had kept them both alive through countless dangers. "Rest, boy," he said simply. "Dawn comes soon enough." As sleep began to claim him, Atreus found his thoughts drifting to what lay ahead. What barriers might require this specialized tool? What discoveries awaited beyond paths not yet revealed? The forge's gentle warmth and the rhythmic sound of his father's steady breathing created a cocoon of security that allowed these speculations to unfold without anxiety, mere possibilities to be faced with preparation rather than fear. In the space between wakefulness and dreams, he imagined he could still feel the resonance of the forge heart, now transformed into the path blade, pulsing gently in rhythm with his own heartbeat. The connection felt natural rather than imposed, a recognition of compatibility rather than magical compulsion. His last conscious thought before surrendering to slumber was of his mother, wondering if she had somehow foreseen this development, if her guidance had deliberately led them through the magical glade of Yggdrasil to discover the forge heart, and ultimately to this ancient dwarven forge where transformation awaited. Faye's foresight had proven remarkable even after her passing. Perhaps this too had been part of her subtle direction, another breadcrumb on the path she had laid out for them to follow. In the main forge chamber, Brock worked methodically, restoring equipment to its proper place, while occasionally glancing toward the sleeping quarters with an expression that, had anyone been present to witness it, might have been mistaken for uncharacteristic concern. The dwarf's gruff exterior rarely revealed the depth of his investment in the god of war and his extraordinary son, yet his actions spoke what his words would never express, a commitment to providing what assistance lay within his considerable skill. He ran a practiced hand along the edge of the hearth, feeling the residual energy of the night's working still humming through the ancient stone. The creation of a pathblade represented a significant moment in his long crafting career, a rare alignment of material, need, and opportunity that most dwarven smiths never experienced. That it had occurred under his guidance rather than his more fastidious brothers added a particular satisfaction, though he would rather face Thor's hammer directly than admit such sentiment aloud. "You're looking unnaturally thoughtful," Mimir observed from the shelf where Kratos had placed him before retiring. "Almost contemplative, dare I say." Brock scowled reflexively, his default response to any suggestion of deeper emotion. "Just making sure everything's properly settled. Forge heart workings can leave residual energies that need dispersing." "Of course," Mimir agreed, too diplomatically to be sincere. "Nothing to do with concern for our traveling companions or curiosity about the blade's ultimate purpose." "Ah," the dwarf grunted, though without real heat. After a moment's hesitation, he added, "The boy has good instincts, better than most I've seen with magical implements. Restraint alongside curiosity, rare combination." "Indeed," Mimir agreed, genuine this time. "Particularly impressive given his age, and the rather significant revelations about his heritage he's been processing. Many would become reckless with such power, especially when it manifests during formative years." Brock nodded absently, his attention seemingly focused on arranging tools with meticulous precision. His mother's influence, he noted. Faye understood balance, taught him well before. He trailed off, uncomfortable with direct reference to emotional matters like loss or grief. "She would be pleased, I think," Mimir said quietly, "with both of them. The journey hasn't unfolded as any might have predicted, yet they've navigated it with remarkable resilience." The dwarf offered no verbal response, but his expression suggested agreement as he continued his methodical restoration of the forge to its pre-working state. The blue-violet flames burned steadily lower as night progressed toward dawn, their magical properties gradually transitioning back to ordinary fire that would require conventional fuel to maintain. The special working was complete, the forge returning to its dormant state until next, needed for creation beyond mundane crafting. In the deepest shadows, for just a moment longer, a single ghostly figure lingered, more distinct than the others had been, its dwarven features bearing the unmistakable marks of master craftsmanship and ancient wisdom. It regarded the sleeping chamber with what might have been approval before slowly dissolving into the darkness, returning to whatever realm housed the spirits of legendary smiths when their work in the physical world was complete. Atreus woke to the unfamiliar sensation of deep, untroubled rest. For a moment he couldn't place where they were. The comfort of the bed and the warm glow of the small hearth were so far removed from their usual accommodations of cold ground and makeshift shelters. Then memory returned, and with it an immediate awareness of the pathblade resting beside him, its presence registering in his consciousness even before he opened his eyes fully. Kratos was already awake, of course, checking their supplies and weapons with methodical precision. He moved with the fluid economy that characterized all his actions, wasting neither motion nor energy as he prepared for their departure. "You slept well," his father observed, not quite a question, but indicating he had noticed the boy's unusually sound slumber. Atreus nodded, stretching luxuriously. "Better than I can remember. It's like all the tiredness is completely gone." He sat up, reaching immediately for the sheathed pathblade. It felt warmer than it should have after hours untouched, as if it had somehow maintained the forge's heat within its unique structure. "The haven has served its purpose, then," Mimir commented from his new position near the room's small hearth, where Kratos had apparently placed him to benefit from its warmth. "Dwarven sleeping quarters are designed to maximize recovery, another aspect of their crafting genius that extends beyond mere metalwork." Brock appeared in the doorway, looking remarkably refreshed despite having worked late into the night restoring the forge. His beard had been rebraided, the ceremonial attire replaced with his more typical working clothes, though still notably cleaner than his usual appearance. "Thought I heard voices," he said gruffly. "There's food in the main chamber when you're ready. Nothing fancy, but it'll keep you going till you're back home." The breakfast Brock had prepared proved far better than nothing fancy would suggest. Fresh bread with a crisp crust and soft interior, preserved meats of excellent quality, and a porridge sweetened with honey and dried berries. The spread was arranged on a small table near the now subdued forge, where the blue-violet flames had settled into a gentle, steady burn that provided pleasant warmth without the intense heat of the previous night's working. As they ate, Atreus occasionally glanced at the pathblade secured at his side, still adjusting to the subtle awareness of its presence that seemed to hover just at the edge of conscious thought. Not intrusive, but noticeable, like the sound of distant waves or the feel of a gentle breeze, something that registered without demanding attention. "You'll grow accustomed to it," Brock noted, following the boy's gaze. Magical implements bonded to their wielders maintain a kind of ongoing conversation, mostly quiet, but never entirely silent. "Does it want something?" Atreus asked, uncertain how to articulate the sensation. "Not exactly," the dwarf replied. "More like it's establishing baseline awareness of its environment through your senses, learning what you perceive so it can better recognize potential transition points when they appear." This explanation aligned with what Atreus felt. Not pressure or demand, but a kind of attentive presence, observing alongside him rather than directing his attention. The distinction seemed important, reinforcing his father's emphasis that tools should serve their wielders rather than the reverse. As they prepared for departure, Broke provided final instructions for the Pathblade's care and use, emphasizing aspects they hadn't covered during the previous night's instruction. Most centered on practical maintenance, keeping the sheath's protective runes unobscured, avoiding prolonged exposure to certain magical energies that might destabilize the blade's unique properties, recognizing signs that indicated the need for periodic realignment of its transitional aspects. When the rippling pattern becomes asymmetrical, or the handle feels warmer on one side than the other, it needs adjustment, he explained, demonstrating a simple technique using the sheath's crystal. Just align the crystal with the blade's center and rotate slowly clockwise until the balance restores. Should only be necessary every few months, unless you're using it extensively. Finally, with supplies replenished and equipment secured, they prepared to depart the Whisperforge. Brock led them through a different passage than the one they had entered by, a shorter route that would reduce their journey home by several hours. Typical, Mimir commented wryly from his position at Kratos' belt. Dwarves always maintain separate entry and exit paths. Partly security, partly just their natural inclination toward complexity. At the forge's outer threshold, Brock paused, his gruff demeanor momentarily giving way to something more formal. The Whisperforge has recognized you as worthy recipients of its gifts, he stated, the traditional phrasing clearly part of ancient protocol. May your paths be clear and your transitions smooth. Thank you, Brock, Atreus replied, instinctively matching the dwarf's solemnity. For everything. The welcome, the teaching, the blade itself. Kratos, never comfortable with ceremonial exchanges, simply nodded his acknowledgement, though the gesture conveyed genuine respect rather than mere impatience. What he lacked in verbal expression, he compensated for in the weight he gave to each interaction, his full attention being a form of honor not casually bestowed. Bah, Broke waved dismissively, reverting to his typical manner. Just don't go stabbing random things with it, hoping for magical doorways. Pathblades require thought, intent, understanding. He fixed Atreus with a stern look. Practice the exercises I showed you before attempting anything ambitious. I will, the boy promised, every day, like with my bow. This commitment seemed to satisfy the dwarf, who stepped back, allowing them to pass through the outer door onto a narrow ledge overlooking a different valley than the one they had ascended from. The morning sun had fully cleared the eastern mountains, bathing the snow-covered landscape in brilliant light that transformed overnight frost into millions of tiny diamonds scattered across every surface. Head northwest from here, Brock instructed, pointing toward a distant pass between two rounded peaks. That ridge connects to the main trail leading back toward your territory, half the distance of your approach route. With final farewells exchanged, they departed the Whisperforge, following a path that wound gradually downward into the forested valley below. Atreus glanced back once to see Brock still watching from the ledge, a solitary blue figure against the grey stone of the mountain. The dwarf raised a hand in final acknowledgement before turning back into the hidden entrance, which sealed seamlessly behind him, once again concealing the ancient forge from casual observation. The journey home proceeded smoothly, the weather remaining clear and the path relatively easy to navigate despite occasional deep snow. Atreus found himself noticing details he might previously have overlooked. Subtle variations in light that suggested different densities in the air, places where temperature shifted more abruptly than natural conditions would explain, patterns in rock formations that seemed almost deliberately arranged despite their apparently random distribution. The Pathblade, enhances perception, Mimir observed when Atreus mentioned these observations. Not by changing what you see, but by helping you recognize the significance of what was always visible, but easily dismissed. By mid-afternoon, they had reached familiar territory, the landscape transitions indicating they were approaching the boundaries of what they considered their home range. Here, Atreus knew every trail and landmark, could identify precisely where seasonal game would be found, recognized the subtle signs of changing weather and cloud patterns and wind direction. This knowledge provided security beyond what any weapon could offer, the deep understanding of environment that had allowed his mother to keep them safe and self-sufficient despite their isolation. "Father," he said as they crested a ridge overlooking the final stretch toward their cabin, "what do you think Mother would say about the path blade?" Kratos was silent for several steps, considering the question with appropriate seriousness. "She would warn caution," he answered finally, while recognizing its value. "Your mother understood the balance between utilizing tools and becoming dependent upon them." It was perhaps the most direct reference to Faye's wisdom Kratos had offered in recent memory, a recognition of her influence that extended beyond her physical absence. Though he rarely spoke of her, his actions consistently honored the path she had laid out for them, the protection she had designed, the knowledge she had preserved for their journey. As twilight began to settle over the forest, they reached the clearing where their cabin stood, its sturdy wooden structure a welcome sight after their extended absence. The protective staves Faye had carved into the support beams glowed faintly in the gathering dusk, responding to their return with subtle acknowledgement of familiar presence. "Home again," Atreus said with genuine relief, the comfort of familiar surroundings washing over him despite the extraordinary experiences of the past days. No matter what wonders they encountered in their travels, magical glades connected to Yggdrasil, ancient dwarven forges, tools that could potentially open paths between realms, this simple dwelling remained their center, the fixed point from which all journeys began and to which they ultimately returned. Kratos surveyed the clearing with practiced vigilance, confirming that nothing had disturbed their territory during their absence. Satisfied, he nodded once, the small gesture conveying permission to relax their travel-ready alertness and transition to the more comfortable awareness of home ground. Inside, the cabin stood exactly as they had left it, preserved by Faye's protective magic and their own careful preparation before departure. Atreus moved immediately to rekindle the central hearth, recognizing that despite the day's warmth, night would bring typical winter chill that would require steady heat to keep at bay. As flames caught and grew among the carefully arranged kindling, their warm light illuminating the familiar interior, Atreus felt the pathblade at his side respond with a subtle pulse of resonance, not urgent or demanding, but aware, as if acknowledging the transition from journey to sanctuary, from movement to rest. The forge's nightfall had yielded more than a magical blade. It had opened possibilities previously unimagined, forging connections between past and future, between the material world and realms beyond ordinary reach. What pathways would be revealed, what barriers overcome, remained to be discovered in the journey that awaited as their quest continued. For now, in the quiet hours of evening's transition to true night, rest beckoned once more. The comfort of familiar surroundings rather than dwarven magical accommodations, yet no less welcome for their simplicity. The pathblade waited patiently for its role to unfold, its unique magic dormant but ready, a key created for locks not yet encountered. Outside, stars began to appear in the darkening sky, countless points of light marking paths between worlds visible only from immense distance. Within the cabin's protective embrace, father and son settled into evening routines, their extraordinary experiences integrated into the ongoing story of their journey together. A journey that had begun in grief, with phase passing, yet continued to reveal purpose and possibility with each new chapter. The hearth's flames danced and sparked, not unlike the forge fire they had witnessed the previous night, though mundane in comparison to that ancient magical energy. Yet in their familiar warmth lay a different kind of magic, the subtle enchantment of home and safety, of connection and continuity, of paths completed and paths yet to be discovered. Nightfall at the Dwarven Forge had brought creation rather than destruction, learning rather than conflict, connection rather than division. A rare gift in realms where gods and monsters so often demanded blood and battle. Now, as true night embraced their woodland home, that gift continued to resonate in the Pathblade's subtle presence, and in the new awareness it had awakened in its young wielder. When dawn arrived to begin a new day, it would illuminate not just familiar surroundings, but new possibilities born in the heart of ancient dwarf magic and the unexpected directions that destiny or choice might lead. The days following their return from the Whisper Forge settled into a rhythm of practice and patience. Each morning, Atreus would take the Pathblade to a quiet clearing behind their cabin, carefully working through the exercises Brock had taught him. The knife responded with increasing sensitivity to his intentions, the connection between wielder and tool strengthening through consistent use. Kratos observed these sessions with quiet assessment, offering occasional guidance but mostly allowing his son to develop his own understanding of the blade's unique properties. He recognized the value in Atreus finding his own approach to this new ability, just as he had with his bow and growing linguistic skills. One evening, as they finished their simple dinner in companionable silence, Atreus noticed an unusual quality to the light filtering through the cabin's windows, a shifting, dancing glow that couldn't be attributed to their hearth fire or ordinary twilight. "Father," he said, moving to the window, "something's happening in the sky." They stepped outside to discover the heavens transformed. Across the star-filled expanse flowed ribbons of light, green, blue, and violet, moving with ghostly grace like celestial veils stirred by cosmic winds. The entire forest was bathed in their ethereal radiance, snow-covered ground reflecting the colors to create an environment both familiar and utterly transformed. The northern lights, Mimir identified from his position at Kratos' belt. Aurora Borealis, as some cultures name them, particularly vibrant tonight, a rare alignment of celestial energies. Atreus stared upward in wonder. Though he had seen the northern lights before, never had they appeared with such intensity and movement, such purpose in their flowing patterns. At his side, the Pathblade pulsed with sudden warmth, responding to something in the magnificent display above. "The knife," he said softly, placing his hand on its sheath. "It's reacting to the lights." Kratos studied the sky with careful attention, his experienced eyes noting how the aurora's patterns seemed almost deliberate, forming shapes reminiscent of pathways, doorways, bridges between stars. Years of encountering the unexpected had taught him to recognize when natural phenomena carried deeper significance. "The boundaries thin," Mimir observed with scholarly interest. "During especially powerful auroras, the veil between realms grows permeable. Ancient cultures believed the lights were reflections of Bifrost itself, or pathways walked by ancestors, returning to visit the living. The Pathblade's pulsations grew stronger, not demanding, but inviting, suggesting possibilities rather than commanding action. Atreus felt a clear sense of direction from it, not unlike the guidance his mother's markings had provided throughout their journey. "There's somewhere we need to go," he said with quiet certainty, looking to his father. "Someone beyond the northern mountains, beneath where the lights seem strongest." Kratos considered his son's words, weighing the potential risks against the pattern of guidance that had led them thus far. From Yggdrasil's hidden glade to the dwarven forge, each step revealing another piece of their continuing journey. "We will depart at first light," he decided, his deep voice carrying the weight of acceptance. Whatever awaited them beneath the shimmering curtain of celestial light, they would face it together, as they had faced all challenges since beginning their path. As they prepared for the journey ahead, the northern lights continued their spectral dance across the night sky, beckoning toward mysteries yet unrevealed and wonders still to be discovered. Under the northern lights, their next chapter awaited. The first hint of dawn had barely touched the eastern sky when Kratos and Atreus departed their cabin, breath-forming clouds in the winter air as they began their journey toward the northern mountains. The aurora from the previous night had faded with daybreak, but its memory lingered, particularly in the path blade secured at Atreus's side, which maintained a subtle, persistent warmth against his hip. "How far to this plateau?" Kratos asked, adjusting the weight of provisions on his broad shoulders. Though they planned to return the same day, experience had taught him to prepare for unexpected delays, especially when venturing into unfamiliar territory. Atreus consulted the rough map he had sketched based on the Pathblade's guidance and Mimir's geographical knowledge. "Mimir says it's beyond the Twin Peaks, on the third mountain of the northern range. If we maintain a steady pace, we should reach it by mid-afternoon." "Which gives you several hours before twilight," Mimir added from his position secured to Kratos' belt. "Ideal timing to witness the aurora at its most spectacular. The celestial conditions suggest tonight's display might be even more remarkable than yesterday's." The disembodied head had been uncharacteristically enthusiastic about their expedition, since Atreus had mentioned the Pathblade's reaction to the northern lights. Ancient phenomena that connected realms always piqued Mimir's scholarly interest, particularly when they manifested in ways that defied Odin's alleged control over inter-real travel. Their path took them first through familiar forests, trees laden with fresh snow that occasionally released gentle powder showers when disturbed by passing wildlife or shifting winds. Despite the winter chill, the forest teemed with subtle life. Tracks of hare and fox marking the snow, ravens calling from high branches, the distant sound of a moose crashing through underbrush. Atreus moved with increasing confidence through this terrain, no longer the tentative child who had begun their journey to the mountain months earlier. His steps were sure, his awareness of their surroundings sharp and comprehensive. Though he occasionally paused to check their direction against landmarks, he did so with the practiced assessment of an experienced woodsman, rather than the uncertainty of a novice. Kratos noted these changes with quiet approval. The boy was growing not just in physical capability, but in judgment, learning to balance enthusiasm with caution, curiosity with pragmatism. These developments offered some reassurance against the uncertain future that prophecies and visions had hinted awaited them. By mid-morning, they had left the dense forest behind, ascending into more rugged terrain where trees grew stunted and sparse, shaped by relentless mountain winds into gnarled forms that seemed to reach toward passing travelers with arthritic fingers. The path narrowed, winding between massive boulders and occasional ice formations that glittered like crystal sculptures in the winter sunlight. "Look farther," Atreus called, pausing beside a particularly large boulder. "There are carvings here." Kratos approached, examining the stone where his son pointed. Weather-worn but still discernible, ancient runes spiraled across the boulder's surface, accompanied by simple pictographs depicting figures in various poses, some appearing to be in combat, others in flight, still others in what might have been dance or ritual movement. "Can you read them?" he asked, knowing his son's facility with languages far exceeded his own. Atreus studied the markings with furrowed brow, fingers occasionally tracing specific symbols as if tactile contact might reveal meanings that visual examination alone could not. "Parts of it," he answered finally. "It's an older dialect than Mother taught me. Something about sky rivers? No, rivers of light, and ancestors watching from above." "Ah, a waystone," Mimir interjected with scholarly interest. "Quite common in these regions before Odin's rise to prominence. The ancient Northmen believed certain locations offered privileged access to ancestral wisdom, particularly when the auroras appeared. They would leave such markers to guide future generations to these power points." "So others have sought this place before," Kratos observed, studying the surrounding terrain with increased attention. Human traffic, even historical, often indicated both opportunity and potential risk. Valuable locations rarely remained unclaimed or uncontested in any realm. "Oh, for millennia," Mimir confirmed, though visits likely grew less frequent after the Aesir consolidated power. Odin particularly discouraged traditional communion with non-Aesir ancestors, wanted all worship and attention directed toward himself and his kin instead. They continued their ascent, encountering several more carved stones at irregular intervals, each bearing similar messages about light rivers and ancestral presence, though with variations that Atreus noted with increasing interest. Some mentioned specific lineages or clans, others referred to seasonal timing, and a few contained what appeared to be personal accounts of experiences atop the plateau. "This one says they saw their grandfather's face in the lights," he translated, kneeling beside a smaller stone half buried in snow, and received guidance about where to find shelter during a terrible winter. "Superstition," Kratos stated dismissively, though not unkindly. He had witnessed too many divine manipulations to place easy faith in supposed messages from beyond, yet he respected the comfort such beliefs might offer to ordinary mortals facing life's uncertainty. "Perhaps," Mimir allowed, "or perhaps something more. The boundaries between living and dead, between realms and states of being, do indeed grow more permeable beneath powerful auroras. What these ancient people interpreted as ancestral communication might well have been genuine contact across otherwise insurmountable divides." The pathblade at Atreus' side seemed to respond to this discussion, its subtle warmth intensifying momentarily before settling back to its previous level. The boy placed his hand on its sheath, feeling the now familiar resonance, not demanding attention but maintaining awareness, like a companion walking silently beside him. By midday they had reached a natural waypoint, a small sheltered hollow between towering rock formations that offered protection from the increasingly biting wind. Here they paused briefly to consume a portion of their provisions and assess the remaining journey. "The Twin Peaks lie just ahead," Atreus noted, gesturing toward two nearly identical mountain summits visible against the clear blue sky. "We'll pass between them, then ascend the third peak beyond, where the plateau awaits." Kratos surveyed the path with experienced eyes, noting potential challenges. A section where recent snowfall might conceal treacherous ice, another where the trail narrowed considerably alongside a steep drop-off, a third where they would need to navigate between massive ice formations that could shift unpredictably in changing temperatures. Stay close through the narrow sections, he instructed, already calculating how best to ensure his son's safety through the more dangerous passages. Though Atrusian had proven increasingly capable, Kratos' protective instincts remained vigilant, particularly in unfamiliar territory. Their respite concluded, they continued toward the Twin Peaks, the terrain growing increasingly dramatic as they approached the natural gateway formed by the paired mountains. Here, the trail narrowed significantly, requiring single-figure progress along a path barely wide enough for Kratos' broad shoulders. To their right rose a sheer rock face. To their left dropped a precipitous slope, disappearing into swirling mist hundreds of feet below. "Careful with your footing here," Mimir advised as they began this treacherous section. "The passage between the twins is notorious for deceptive ice. Appears solid, but gives way unexpectedly. Best to test each step before committing your full weight." Heeding this warning, they advanced with methodical caution, Kratos leading to test the path's stability with his greater strength. Occasionally he would raise a hand in warning, indicating areas where Atreus should place his feet, exactly where his father had stepped, avoiding sections that presented greater risk. The wind intensified as they proceeded, channeled into a howling gale by the narrow passage between peaks. It carried ice crystals that stung exposed skin and limited visibility, forcing them to lean into its force to maintain forward progress. Despite these challenges, they continued steadily, the discipline of countless previous journeys evident in their measured pace and careful awareness. Midway through the passage, they encountered an unexpected obstacle. A recent rock slide had partially blocked the path, leaving only a narrow gap through which they would need to squeeze. Kratos assessed the pile of snow-covered boulders with practical focus, testing several for stability before determining the safest route. "I'll go first," he decided, removing his axe and securing it temporarily on his back to reduce his width. "Follow precisely where I step, and only when I signal it's safe." With characteristic efficiency, Kratos navigated the constricted opening, occasionally needing to turn sideways to accommodate his broad frame. Once through, he positioned himself where he could assist if needed, then signaled for Atreus to follow. The boy managed with greater ease, his slighter build allowing smoother passage through the narrow gap. Still, he moved with appropriate caution, aware that overconfidence in such circumstances often preceded disaster. When he emerged on the other side, Kratos acknowledged his careful compliance with a brief nod that contained more approval than might have been apparent to casual observation. Beyond the rock slide, the path widened gradually as they approached the far side of the passage between peaks. The wind's intensity diminished, allowing better visibility and easier communication. Ahead, they could now clearly see their destination, the third mountain of the range, its upper slopes culminating in what appeared to be a surprisingly flat expanse rather than a typical pointed summit. The Sky Watcher's Table, Mimir identified. That's what the ancients called it. A natural plateau formed when the mountain's original peak collapsed into itself eons ago, creating one of the finest observation points in all the northern realms. As they emerged fully from between the twin peaks, the path descended briefly into a small valley before beginning its final ascent toward the third mountain. This transitional area offered a welcome reprieve from the challenges of the narrow passage, allowing them to reset their pace and prepare for the climb ahead. Here they encountered the most elaborate waystone yet, a massive boulder carved not just with runes but with intricate scenes depicting human figures standing beneath wave-like patterns, obviously representing the aurora. The figures held their arms upward as if in greeting or supplication, their faces turned skyward with expressions of awe or reverence. Atreus studied these carvings with particular interest, noting details his father's more practical assessment might overlook, how certain figures appeared to be receiving objects from the lights, how others seemed transformed by their exposure to the celestial radiance, their bodies partially merged with the wave patterns above them. They believed the aurora could change them, he observed, fingers tracing one such transformative scene. Not just show them visions, but actually alter who they were. Many cultures maintain similar beliefs about celestial phenomena, Mimir commented. The notion that exposure to cosmic forces might transform the mortal essence has persisted across realms and centuries. The Jotnar, particularly, held that certain bloodlines could be awakened through communion with appropriate natural forces. Kratos listened to this exchange with outward stoicism, but internal alertness. His son's Jotnar heritage had already manifested in unexpected ways throughout their journey. If this plateau somehow facilitated further awakening of those latent abilities, he needed to be prepared for whatever might emerge, beneficial or potentially problematic. "We should continue," he said finally, noting the sun's position. Though still well above the horizon, it had begun its afternoon descent, reminding them of limited daylight hours. To reach the plateau before twilight. The final ascent proved the most physically demanding portion of their journey thus far, the path steepening significantly as it wound up the third mountain's northern face. In places, crude steps had been carved into the living rock, testament to centuries of human passage, their edges worn smooth by countless feet and the relentless cycle of freeze and thaw. Atreus maintained the pace without complaint, his endurance having increased substantially through months of similar exertions. Where once he might have required frequent rests, now he ascended steadily alongside his father, matching Kratos' deliberate rhythm with only occasional adjustments for his shorter stride. The temperature dropped noticeably as they climbed, the afternoon sun providing less warmth at these higher elevations, where the air thinned and wind swept unimpeded across exposed slopes. They added additional layers from their packs, fur-lined cloaks that provided necessary insulation against the intensifying cold that would only increase as night approached. The ancients believed proper preparation for aurora viewing involved more than just physical comfort, Mimir remarked as they paused briefly to adjust their gear. They would fast for days beforehand, perform specific cleansing rituals, even compose songs or poems to honor ancestors they hoped might appear in the lights. "We have neither fasted nor composed poems," Kratos observed dryly. "No," Mimir agreed with a chuckle, "but you do carry bloodlines of significance, both of you. That alone might prove sufficient invitation for whatever presences frequent this place." The pathblade at Atreus' side had grown increasingly responsive as they neared their destination, its subtle warmth now accompanied by occasional gentle vibrations, as if anticipating something significant ahead. The boy had grown accustomed to these communications, interpreting them as confirmation they traveled in the right direction, rather than warnings of potential danger. "It knows we're close," he said, hand resting briefly on the sheath. "It's expectant, somehow." Before Kratos could respond, they rounded a final switchback and the plateau suddenly appeared before them, a vast, relatively flat expanse stretching perhaps 200 yards across, its surface covered with snow that glittered in the late afternoon sunlight. Unlike the rugged terrain they had traversed, this area appeared almost artificially level, though Mimir had identified it as a natural formation. Around the plateau's perimeter stood stone monoliths of varying heights, positioned at regular intervals like sentinels or ceremonial markers. Some remained fully intact despite centuries of exposure to harsh mountain weather, while others had partially crumbled, their fragments littering the snow around their bases. All bore carvings similar to those they had observed along their ascent, though more elaborate and extensive. The Watcher's Circle, Mimi identified with scholarly satisfaction. 12 stones for the 12 celestial houses, positioned to track specific astronomical alignments throughout the year, quite sophisticated for the period of their construction. They approached reverently, even Kratos sensing something significant about this place beyond its impressive vistas. The plateau radiated a subtle energy not unlike what they had experienced in Yggdrasil's hidden glade, not overtly magical, yet distinctly set apart from ordinary locations. The air itself seemed charged with potential, as if constant exposure to the aurora had somehow altered its fundamental properties. "It feels awake," Atreus observed quietly as they stepped fully onto the plateau's level surface. "Like it knows we're here." Kratos made no direct response, but his senses extended outward with heightened awareness, assessing their surroundings with the practiced vigilance that had kept them alive through countless dangers. He detected no immediate threats, no lurking Draugr or hidden traps, yet agreed with his son's assessment that the place possessed a consciousness of sorts, an awareness not typical of inanimate landscape. They made their way toward the plateau's center, where a circular arrangement of smaller stones surrounded what appeared to be a fire pit lined with carefully fitted rocks. Ancient ash still filled its interior, protected from complete dispersal by the stone border, suggesting this had once been a gathering place for those who ascended to witness the aurora. The ideal observation point, Mimir confirmed. The ancients would build ceremonial fires here, not primarily for warmth, though that was certainly a benefit, but to symbolize their own brief illumination beneath the greater celestial light, a reminder of mortality and cosmic perspective, as it were. As they established their temporary camp, the sun continued its descent toward the western horizon, shadows lengthening across the snow-covered plateau. They would not build a fire as large as the ancients might have, their stay intended to be brief rather than ceremonial. But practical necessity required some heat source against the mountain night's inevitable bitter cold. Kratos gathered appropriate materials while Atreus cleared the ancient fire pit, carefully removing accumulated snow and debris while preserving the original ash layer out of respect for those who had come before. Though neither was naturally inclined towards superstition, both recognized the value in honoring established practices when visiting places of evident significance. The old Northmen believed the ancestral ash should never be completely removed, Mimir explained as Atreus worked. Each new fire would mingle with remnants of previous gatherings, creating a continuous connection between past and present observers. Quite a beautiful concept, really. By the time they had established a modest but efficient fire, the sun had disappeared behind the distant mountains, though its light still painted the sky in deepening shades of orange and pink. The transition from day to night would progress quickly at this altitude, stars appearing with unusual clarity in the thin mountain air, while daylight still lingered on the western horizon. Atreus sat beside the fire, the pathblade removed from its sheath and resting across his knees. In the flickering light, the knife's unique properties became more apparent, its surface rippling like water despite maintaining solid form. Occasional flashes of color moving beneath as if something lived within the metal itself. "It's more active here," he noted, showing his father the unusual behavior. "Responding to this place somehow." Kratos examined the blade with cautious interest. noting how its movements seemed to increase when oriented toward the northern sky, where the aurora would soon appear. The dwarf mentioned it might react to potential crossing points between realms. Perhaps this location is such a junction. Indeed, Mimir agreed. The ancients certainly believed the aurora represented a thinning of boundaries, not just between realms in the conventional sense, but between states of being. The living and the dead, the physical and the spiritual, the present and potential futures. As darkness settled more completely across the plateau, the first hints of the aurora began to manifest. Subtle green glimmers near the northern horizon, barely distinguishable at first from ordinary stars. Gradually, these faint illuminations intensified and expanded, reaching upward into the night sky in delicate tendrils that swayed and shifted like underwater plants stirred by gentle currents. "It begins," Mimir said softly, his tone uncharacteristically reverent. "And quite spectacular already, I must say." Atreus watched with rapt attention as the display continued to develop, the initial green bands now joined by shifting curtains of blue and violet that danced across the stars. Unlike ordinary cloud movements or atmospheric phenomena, the aurora possessed an almost deliberate quality. Not random patterns, but something closer to communication, forms emerging and dissolving with apparent purpose. "They're beautiful," the boy whispered, eyes reflecting the celestial colors. "Even more impressive than last night's display." Kratos, seated beside his son, maintained his typical stoic expression, yet his gaze remained fixed on the extraordinary spectacle unfolding above them. Though he had witnessed many wonders across multiple realms, the aurora possessed a particular quality that distinguished it from magical manifestations or divine showmanship. A natural majesty, unconcerned with mortal observation. As the display intensified, filling ever more of the night sky with shimmering curtains of light, the plateau itself seemed to respond. The monoliths around its perimeter began to emit a subtle luminescence, their carved symbols glowing faintly with colors that matched the aurora above. The effect spread gradually across the snow-covered expanse, creating patterns of light that mirrored the celestial movements in miniature. "The stones are awakening," Mimir observed with scholarly fascination. "Responding to specific frequencies in the aurora that activate dormant properties in their mineral composition. Quite remarkable engineering, especially for its age." The path blade in Atreus's hands had grown more animated as well, its surface now rippling continuously, colors flowing beneath its surface in perfect synchronization with the lights above. It felt warmer, though not uncomfortably so, and emitted a barely audible harmonic tone that seemed to resonate with something in the air around them. "Father," Atreus said quietly, "do you hear them? The whispers?" Kratos tilted his head slightly, extending his senses beyond ordinary hearing. At first, he detected nothing beyond the subtle crackle of their fire and the occasional distant sound of wind moving through mountain passes. Then, gradually, he perceived what his son had noticed. Voices at the very threshold of audibility, speaking in languages both familiar and unknown, their words indistinct, yet somehow conveying meaning beyond literal comprehension. "I hear them," he confirmed, his typically gruff voice softened by the unusual circumstances. "From the lights and the stones," Atreus added, gesturing toward the glowing monoliths. "They're responding to each other like a conversation between the sky and the mountain." Mimir's wooden features showed as much excitement as they were capable of expressing. Precisely what the ancient records described. A dialogue between cosmic forces, audible only to those with appropriate sensitivity. He glanced at Atreus with scholarly assessment. Your Jotar heritage likely enhances your perception of these phenomena. The giants were particularly attuned to such communication. The whispers continued, gradually increasing in clarity though remaining just beyond complete comprehension. Occasional phrases emerged from the ambient murmuring, references to world lines and thread crossings, mentions of the coming unraveling and pause between winters. Most seemed to be observations rather than direct communication, as if they were overhearing fragments of a larger conversation not specifically intended for them. "Can you understand what they're saying?" Kratos asked his son, recognizing that Atreus's linguistic abilities often exceeded what might be expected even considering his unusual heritage. The boy frowned in concentration. "Not entirely. It's like overhearing people talking in the next room. I catch words, sometimes whole phrases, but then they slip away before I can connect them properly." He adjusted his grip on the path blade. "The knife helps somehow. When I hold it certain ways, the voices become clearer." Acting on this observation, Atreus began experimenting with different positions, discovering that when the path blade was aligned precisely with particular auroral formations, specific voices became more distinct. He worked methodically, isolating individual threads of communication from the ambient whispers, his expression shifting between concentration and occasional wonder at particular revelations. "There's someone speaking directly about Mother," he said suddenly, blade angled toward a vivid green section of the aurora, "about her journey here to this exact place before I was born." This caught Kratos' full attention. Faye had revealed little about her activities prior to their meeting, and any information about her past potentially carried significance for their ongoing journey. "What do they say of her?" "That she came seeking confirmation," Atreus replied, focusing intently on the faint voice. About a child of mixed blood, about potential futures." He adjusted the blade slightly as the auroral pattern shifted. "They told her something about convergent paths and the twilight choice. I can't hear exactly what. The voice keeps fading in and out." "The giants had significant foresight abilities," Mimir commented, "particularly regarding bloodlines and their potential impacts on future events. If Faye came here before your birth, she may have been seeking clarity about the implications of having a child with Kratos, a union of seemingly incompatible divine lineages." Kratos absorbed this information with outward stoicism, but internal disquiet. The suggestion that Faye had sought cosmic consultation regarding their child added another layer to her already complex motivations and foreknowledge. While he had long accepted that she knew more than she had shared, the extent of her preparation and investigation continued to reveal itself in unexpected ways. As the night deepened and the aurora reached peak intensity, the whispers from the lights and stones became increasingly diverse. Some appeared to be ancestral voices sharing wisdom or observations, while others seemed to emanate from entities with broader cosmic perspective, discussing patterns and cycles beyond ordinary mortal comprehension. Atreus continued his methodical exploration, using the path blade to isolate and focus on particular communications that caught his interest. His expression shifted between wonder, confusion, and occasional concern as certain revelations registered particular significance. "There's someone speaking about Ragnarok," he said after a prolonged period of silent listening. "Not as prophecy, but as observation, like they're seeing it from outside time somehow." Kratos' eyes narrowed slightly at the mention of the prophesied twilight of the gods, an event various sources had suggested might be connected to their journey and Atreus' destiny. "What do they say of it?" Then it's not fixed, the boy replied, brow furrowed in concentration as he tracked the faint voice with careful blade adjustments. That there are branches, different ways it might unfold depending on certain key moments. He looked up at his father. They say some of those moments involve us, choices we'll make that change how everything happens. This aligned with what Faye's vision had told them in Yggdrasil's hidden glade, that fate suggested rather than determined, that prophecy offered potential paths rather than immutable outcomes. The confirmation from an independent source lent weight to this perspective, reinforcing Kratos' belief in self-determination, despite cosmic forces that might suggest predestination. The giants always understood time differently than the Aesir, Mimir observed. Where Odin sees fixed futures he must control, the Jotnar perceive rivers with multiple channels, confluences and divergences, determined by the interaction of countless individual choices. A much more sophisticated model, frankly. Throughout these revelations, the Pathblade continued its strange behavior, surface rippling in patterns that matched auroral movements while occasionally emitting brief flashes of intense light, as if processing or responding to the information flowing through it. Atreus handled these manifestations with surprising composure, adapting to each new development with the flexibility of youth, combined with growing magical awareness. The blade is learning, he explained when Kratos questioned a particularly dramatic light emission. Absorbing knowledge from the voices, I think. Not just the words, but the frequencies behind them. The patterns of how different realms or states connect. This made practical sense, given the knife's nature as revealed by Brock. If its purpose involved creating transitions between states or realms, exposure to natural boundary thinning would likely enhance its capabilities, showing it possibilities beyond what ordinary crafting could instill. As midnight approached, bringing the aurora to its most spectacular manifestation, a new phenomenon developed atop the plateau. The snow between monoliths began to display shifting patterns of light that matched neither the sky above nor the stone formation's glow. Independent configurations that resembled runes but moved too quickly for proper identification, flowing across the white surface like luminous water seeking its own level. The convergence strengthens, Mimir commented, watching these developments with scholarly fascination. When the aurora reaches maximum intensity, this location serves as a focus point, gathering and amplifying energies normally dispersed across much wider areas. That's why the ancients considered it so significant for communion with higher forces. The whispers from lights and stones had grown more numerous as well, overlapping into a continuous murmur punctuated by occasionally clear statements or observations. Many seemed directed not at Kratos and Atreus specifically, but at the location itself, as if the plateau functioned as a gathering place for communications never intended for mortal ears, a cosmic crossroads where various awareness intersected briefly before continuing their separate journeys. "Can we speak back to them?" Atreus asked, clearly tempted by the possibility of direct communication with these mysterious entities or forces. Ask questions about what we've seen, about Mother's plans, about what awaits us. Kratos frowned slightly, instinctive caution asserting itself. Throughout his long existence, direct engagement with divine or cosmic entities had rarely yielded straightforward benefits without corresponding costs. To reveal ourselves might invite unwanted attention, he warned. Better to observe than participate until we understand more fully. Your father's caution is well-founded, Mimir agreed. While many of these voices likely pose no threat, others might belong to entities with their own agendas regarding your particular bloodline and potential. Odin has agents everywhere, even in seemingly natural phenomena. Accepting this wisdom, Atreus continued his passive observation, using the path blade to enhance reception rather than attempting direct communication. As he did so, certain voices began to recur more frequently, as if somehow aware of his focused attention, despite his restraint from active engagement. One voice in particular grew increasingly distinct, female with tonal qualities reminiscent of Fae, though not identical, speaking in a dialect Atreus recognized as ancient Jutnar. This voice seemed to address specific details about his mother's journey, about preparations made before his birth, about safeguards established to protect a child whose mixed heritage would draw significant attention from powerful forces throughout the Nine Realms. "I think it's one of Mother's ancestors," Atreus said quietly, speaking about her visit here, about what they told her. He adjusted the blade to better focus on this particular voice. "They warned her about complications with my birth. Something about conflicting divine bloodlines causing potential problems." Kratos' expression remained stoic, but a shadow of old pain crossed his features momentarily. Atreus' difficult birth and subsequent childhood illness had been a source of deep concern, one of the few challenges that his considerable strength could not directly overcome. That Faye might have known of these difficulties in advance, yet procedures suggested both courage and purposefulness that reinforced his already profound respect for her decisions. "Foreknowledge does not guarantee prevention," he observed, his deep voice barely audible above the ambient whispers surrounding them. "Only preparation. And your mother was nothing if not prepared," Mimir added gently. "Every protective measure, every concealment, every contingency, all arranged with remarkable foresight regardless of personal cost." The aurora continued its celestial dance overhead, colors shifting and flowing in patterns of breathtaking complexity. Occasionally, formations would appear that resembled recognizable shapes: a tree reminiscent of Yggdrasil, a serpent coiled in endless loops, a wolf with jaws opened wide, before dissolving back into abstract curtains of light. Whether these representations arose from actual cosmic significance or merely from the human tendency to impose familiar patterns on random phenomena remained unclear. As the night progressed toward its deepest hour, a curious calm settled over the plateau. The whispers, while still present, organized themselves into a more harmonious arrangement. Less chaotic overlap and more orchestrated communion, as if reaching some consensus or synchronization. The patterns in the snow stabilized as well, forming consistent configurations that resembled constellations or complex magical diagrams depending on perspective. "It's settling," Atreus observed, noting how the pathblade's surface had similarly stabilized, its ripples now moving in regular, predictable patterns rather than chaotic disturbance. "Like everything's finding its proper alignment." The apex, Mimir identified, when cosmic forces reach maximum harmony before beginning their gradual dissolution. This is what the ancients considered the optimal moment for receiving wisdom, when chaos resolves temporarily into order, allowing clearer transmission across boundaries. As if confirming this assessment, the voice Atreus had identified as a maternal ancestor grew significantly clearer, its communications now forming complete thoughts rather than fragmentary observations. The child of divided divine blood walks expected paths while creating new ones simultaneously. What was written becomes unwritten. What was fixed grows fluid. The twilight approaches differently than foretold, neither prevented nor fulfilled, but transformed through choices yet unmade. Atreus translated these statements for his father, the Jotar dialect flowing more naturally from his lips with each recitation. as if the plateau itself enhanced his connection to this ancestral language. She's talking about me, about us, and how we're changing things just by the decisions we make. Ask about Ragnarok, Kratos suggested, his tactical mind focusing on the most significant cosmic event allegedly approaching their realm, what transformation she perceives. Though initially hesitant to engage directly, Atreus recognized the potential value in this specific inquiry. Carefully, he angled the pathblade toward the voice's apparent source, a particularly vivid section of emerald auroral light, and spoke the question in the same ancient Jotnar dialect, his pronunciation precise despite limited practice with the language. For several moments, silence responded, not just from the specific voice, but from the ambient whispers as well, as if all communication had momentarily paused to assess this unexpected direct engagement. Then, gradually, the ancestral voice resumed, though with subtle changes in tone, suggesting awareness of being actively addressed rather than merely overheard. Ragnarok is not single but multiple, convergent possibilities arrayed like mountain paths to different valleys. The giant god-child stands at crucial junctions, his choices determining which path manifests. The marked guardian guides but cannot determine. The world serpent circles differently in each potential timeline. The wolf's binding holds or breaks depending on bloodline choices. The reference to marked guardian clearly indicated Kratos, while the mentions of serpent and wolf aligned with known elements of traditional Ragnarok prophecy. The suggestion of multiple possible manifestations rather than a single fixed outcome reinforced their previous understanding, while adding the crucial element of personal responsibility in determining which version might ultimately manifest. "And Mother?" Atreus asked, continuing the direct communication now that initial contact had been established. "What role did she play in these battles?" The response came more readily this time, the voice seemingly more comfortable with active dialogue. "The last guardian prepared junctions, marked trails, removed certain possibilities while enhancing others. Her death was both ending and beginning, final act in her physical manifestation but initial catalyst for timeline divergence. She continues to influence through marks left on world and child alike." This description aligned with their ongoing discovery of Faye's extensive preparation, the markings left on trees guiding their journey, the safeguards established around their cabin, the careful development of Atreus's particular skills and awareness. That her death itself served specific purpose within this larger design suggested levels of foresight and acceptance that few beings in any realm could claim. "The last guardian," Kratos repeated thoughtfully. This was her role among the Jotnar, protecting something that extended beyond her own existence. Atreus relayed this question, receiving an immediate response. She guarded possibility itself, the potential for change within seemingly fixed cosmic patterns. Among her kind, she alone recognized how converging bloodlines might alter what gods considered immutable. Her final guardianship involved creating conditions where choice might supersede prophecy. Throughout this exchange, the aurora maintained its spectacular display, colors shifting and flowing across the night sky in patterns of hypnotic beauty. The monoliths continued their corresponding illumination, symbols glowing with intensity that waxed and waned in harmony with celestial movements above. The entire plateau functioned as both receiver and amplifier, facilitating communication that would be impossible under ordinary circumstances. "Final question," Atreus said, sensing that the optimal communication window would not remain open indefinitely. "What purpose does the Pathblade serve in these potential futures?" The ancestral voice hesitated before responding to Atreus's question about the Pathblade. as if carefully considering how to articulate concepts that transcended ordinary language. The blade that walks between transitions serves as both key and compass, unlocking passages obscured by divine decree while indicating which openings lead toward preferred futures. Not all paths revealed should be walked. Discernment remains with the wielder. Its greatest purpose awaits at the twilight threshold, where realms conventional and concealed converge momentarily. Atreus translated this cryptic response for his father, brow furrowed in concentration as he attempted to capture nuances that didn't translate perfectly into the Norse language they typically spoke. I think it's saying the blade will help us find hidden paths, but we'll need to choose carefully which ones to take. And something about it being especially important when realms overlap during Ragnarok. A navigation tool rather than weapon, Kratos observed, seeing practical value in such functionality given the increasingly complex cosmic landscape they found themselves traversing. Throughout their journey, pathway access had often proven as crucial as combat capability, though in the right circumstances, creating an appropriate opening could serve tactical purpose as significant as any conventional weapon, Mimir added, ever alert to strategic applications. Escape routes, surprise approaches, access to resources otherwise unobtainable. The applications extend well beyond simple travel. As they discussed these implications, the aurora overhead began subtle transformation, not diminishing in brilliance, but changing rhythm, the flowing curtains of light now pulsing with greater regularity, like heartbeats or breathing patterns. The whispers synchronizing as well, countless voices gradually aligning into harmonious chorus rather than disparate communications. Something's changing, Atreus noted, feeling the path blade respond with similar rhythmic pulsation against his palms. The voices are coming together somehow. The ancestral voice they had been communicating with remained distinct within this growing harmony, though now it seemed to speak with collective authority rather than individual perspective. The convergence approaches completion. What must be shared has been received. What must be understood will reveal itself through experience rather than explanation. The giant godchild carries potential beyond ancestral design, a catalyst walking between determined and undetermined states. Across the plateau, the illuminated patterns in the snow intensified, flowing more rapidly between monoliths until the entire surface appeared covered with networks of light, resembling rivers viewed from great height. Countless branches diverging and converging in endlessly complex arrangements. These patterns matched larger configurations in the aura above, creating mirrored correspondence between macrocosm and microcosm. It's showing us paths, Atreus realized, the path blade in his hands now glowing with internal light that matched these flowing patterns. Not just physical routes, but possibilities. Different ways events could unfold, depending on choices made. The giants always understood time as networked rather than linear, Mimir confirmed, seeing future and past not as fixed progression but as interconnected landscape where certain junctions offer particular significance. What you're witnessing is how they visualized these relationships, cosmic patterns made momentarily visible through auroral energy. Kratos studied these manifestations with pragmatic assessment, ever focused on extracting useful intelligence from any unusual phenomenon. The tactical advantages of understanding potential futures, even as mere possibilities rather than certainties, could not be overstated. Can you identify our current position within these patterns? He asked his son, recognizing that Atreus's Jotnar heritage likely provided greater interpretive capability for these specifically giant visualizations. The boy studied the flowing light rivers intently, using the pathblade to trace certain configurations, as if following maps inscribed in the illuminated snow. His expression shifted between concentration and occasional revelation as particular connections registered significance. I think, we're here, he said finally, indicating an intersection where multiple light streams converged briefly before diverging in numerous directions. At a kind of junction point where many possible paths branch outward, he frowned slightly. But it's not fixed. The patterns keep shifting, like the junction itself moves depending on choices we haven't made yet. This aligned with their developing understanding of prophetic fluidity, that even supposedly fixed cosmic events remained subject to influence through conscious choice and action. What Odin and his kind interpreted as immutable fate, the giants had apparently recognized as complex potential awaiting actualization through individual decision. The ancestral voice spoke again, still distinct despite the growing chorus surrounding it. What was shown serves as orientation rather than direction. The Guardian prepared you for discovery, not submission. Each illuminated path offers different consequence. None represents absolute destiny. Choose with awareness, but without fear of cosmic determination. As these words faded, the aurora overhead reached peak intensity. Colors so vivid they cast distinct shadows across the snow-covered plateau, despite being diffuse light rather than directional illumination. The whispers merged completely into harmonic resonance that vibrated through air, stone, and flesh alike, creating momentary sense of dissolution between observer and observed, between mortal consciousness and cosmic awareness. In this extraordinary moment, Atreus experienced brief but profound connection with something beyond ordinary perception, a glimpse into perspectives that transcended individual existence without negating its significance. Not divine consciousness, as conventionally understood, but rather expanded awareness of interconnection between supposedly separate entities and events. "Father," he whispered, voice filled with wonder rather than fear despite the overwhelming nature of this experience. "I can see everything, all connected like threads woven together." Kratos, ever vigilant for potential threats to his son regardless of context, moved closer, ready to intervene should this unusual mental state prove harmful. Yet he observed no distress in Atreus's expression, only profound wonder and emerging comprehension, as if pieces of complex puzzle were finally arranging themselves into recognizable pattern. The Jotnar called it world sight, Mimir explained quietly, recognizing the phenomenon from ancient descriptions. Brief alignment with cosmic perspective that transcends ordinary limitations. Traditionally considered blessing rather than danger, though overwhelmingly profound for the unprepared. This expanded perception lasted perhaps 30 seconds before gradually dissipating, the aurora overhead beginning slow transition toward more typical displays as the moment of perfect alignment passed. The whispers similarly dispersed, returning to individual communications rather than synchronized chorus. Across the plateau, the illuminated patterns in the snow faded gradually, though leaving faint tracery still visible to those who knew what to look for. Atreus blinked several times as his consciousness settled back into ordinary perception, the path blade in his hands cooling to normal temperature as its intense glow subsided to subtle shimmer. He appeared momentarily disoriented, like someone awakening from a particularly vivid dream, before his focus returned fully to present circumstance. "Are you well?" Kratos asked directly, studying his son's face for signs of negative after effects from this unusual experience. The boy nodded, expression thoughtful rather than confused. "I'm fine, just processing, I guess." He looked up at his father with newfound clarity. "I understand things better now, about Mother, about our journey, about what might be coming. Not everything, but connections I couldn't see before. The giants valued world sight precisely for this integrative function, Mimir commented, allowing momentary perception of relationships between seemingly unrelated events and choices. The information gained typically requires time to fully assimilate, emerging into conscious understanding gradually rather than immediately. These observations seemed accurate as Atreus fell into contemplative silence, occasionally nodding to himself as particular realizations apparently surfaced from the dense information download he had experienced. The path blade remained across his knees, its surface occasionally rippling in response to his thoughts, as if serving as external processor for concepts too complex for ordinary mental categorization. The aurora continued overhead, still breathtakingly beautiful, though no longer manifesting the extraordinary synchronized patterns of moments before. Ordinary whispers remained audible as well, though at significantly reduced volume and without the clear ancestral voice that had engaged in direct communication. The cosmic window had not closed completely, but had narrowed to more typical aperture following its brief, extraordinary expansion. "We should rest while opportunity permits," Kratos suggested, recognizing that his son likely needed time to integrate this experience before attempting descent from the plateau. "The night remains dark enough for several hours' sleep before dawn necessitates our return journey." This practical recommendation aligned with their physical needs after the challenging ascent and mentally taxing experiences atop the plateau. Though neither typically required extensive rest, prudence suggested conserving energy before negotiating the difficult path down the mountain, particularly given uncertain weather conditions that might develop with morning. They arranged their sleeping furs near the fire, positioned to maintain its warmth while allowing clear view of the continuing auroral display overhead. Though diminished from its extraordinary peak, the northern lights remained spectacular by any ordinary standard. Curtains of green and blue shifting across star-filled sky in hypnotic patterns that invited contemplation even as they lulled observers toward restful state. As Atreus settled into his bedroll, the pathblade carefully sheathed and secured at his side, he gazed upward at the celestial display with an expression that combined wonder with emerging comprehension. "They're beautiful," he observed quietly, "but they're also functional. Like they're doing important work we mostly can't see, and the beauty is just what's visible to us." "An apt observation," Mimir commented from his resting place nearby. "Many natural phenomena serve multiple purposes simultaneously: aesthetic, energetic, communicative. The aurora facilitates energy transfers between realms while also transmitting information across normally impermeable boundaries. That we perceive this primarily as visual spectacle merely demonstrates the limitations of ordinary sensory apparatus." Kratos, arranging his own sleeping area with characteristic efficiency, made no direct comment on these philosophical observations, yet his gaze occasionally lifted toward the shimmering lights, his expression suggesting reflection beyond mere tactical assessment. Though he rarely articulated such thoughts, his extensive existence had provided ample opportunity to recognize beauty's presence, even amidst life's harsher realities. As they prepared for sleep, the whispers from lights and stones continued their ambient murmuring. Not directed communication now, but soothing background chorus that seemed to encourage rest rather than continued active engagement. The plateau itself appeared to be transitioning toward dormancy, following its period of intense activation, returning to more passive state until future alignments might again trigger full awakening. "Sleep, boy," Kratos instructed, noting his son's continued fascination with the auroral display despite evident fatigue. "What was revealed will remain whether you watch continuously or not." Recognizing the wisdom in this practical advice, Atreus nodded and settled more fully into his furs, though his gaze remained fixed on the lights above until sleep gradually claimed him. Even in slumber, his expression maintained slight smile, as if dreams continued processes initiated during his waking cosmic glimpse. Kratos maintained vigilance longer, his warrior's instincts never fully surrendering to unconsciousness, even when rest was permitted. He studied their surroundings with methodical attention, the monoliths with their faintly glowing symbols, the patterns still barely visible in snow-covered ground, the aurora continuing its celestial dance overhead. Though he identified no immediate threats, experience had taught him that moments of apparent peace often preceded unexpected challenges. Eventually, he too succumbed to necessary rest, though maintaining the partial awareness that had preserved his survival through countless dangerous circumstances. In this state of semi-consciousness, he found himself unexpectedly receptive to the ambient whispers that continued flowing across the plateau, not fully understanding their specific communications, but absorbing general tone and rhythm that conveyed meaning beyond literal comprehension. Through this unusual receptivity, certain impressions reached him that his waking mind might have rejected or filtered. Glimpses of Faye's larger purpose, fragments of cosmic perspective regarding his own journey from vengeance-driven destroyer to reluctant participant in cycles larger than individual destiny. Not complete revelation, but contextual hints that helped position his personal narrative within broader tapestry. When true sleep finally claimed him, it brought unusually vivid dreams. Not prophetic visions or divine manipulations, but rather his own unconscious mind processing connections newly perceived. In these dreams, his homeland of Sparta, the Greek pantheon's destruction, his journey north and meeting with Faye appeared not as discrete events but as connected movements within coherent journey. Choices made and consequences embraced that led inevitably to present circumstance without negating the freedom within each decision point. Dawn arrived with gentle insistence, early light transforming the snow-covered plateau into field of diamonds as ice crystals caught and refracted the sun's first rays. The aurora had faded completely with daybreak, though certain quality remained in the air, a subtle, energetic resonance suggesting temporary thinning between realms had not yet fully resolved. Atreus woke refreshed, despite the night's extraordinary experiences, his young body resilient in ways that continually impressed his more war-worn father. The boy's first conscious action was checking the path blade secured at his side, confirming its condition after exposure to intense auroral energies. The knife appeared unchanged physically, but somehow felt different, more settled within itself, as if its nature had clarified or consolidated during the night's cosmic alignment. It feels more focused, he explained when Kratos questioned this assessment, like it knows its purpose better now. He drew the blade partially from its sheath, revealing surface that still rippled but with more deliberate patterns than previous random fluctuations. The whispers taught it something. Enhanced functionality through exposure to compatible energies, Mimir suggested, fully alert despite lacking need for conventional sleep. Quite common with magical implements, particularly those designed to interact with specific force types. The aurora essentially provided advanced instruction that might otherwise require centuries of gradual attunement. They broke their fast with travel provisions, dried meat, hard bread, and berries preserved in honey, while observing the plateau's transformation under morning light. What had appeared mystical and otherworldly beneath auroral illumination now seemed simply ancient and weather-worn. Stone monoliths bearing carvings of obvious human origin, fire pit constructed with primitive tools, snowfield marked with their own footprints rather than glowing cosmic patterns. yet subtle differences remained for those with eyes to perceive them. The monoliths still emitted barely perceptible luminescence under direct sunlight, their carved symbols occasionally shifting position when not directly observed. The ground beneath the snow hummed with faint vibration that traveled through boot soles into bone and flesh. Most notably, certain angles of vision revealed brief glimpses of figures moving among the stones, transparent silhouettes that disappeared when directly approached or addressed. Residual manifestations, Mimir explained, when Atreus pointed these anomalies out. The boundary thinning triggered by auroral alignment requires time to fully resolve, particularly in locations with long history of similar phenomena. Like ripples continuing after stone has disappeared beneath water's surface, as they prepared for descent, Atreus made final circuit of the plateau's perimeter, studying the monoliths with newfound understanding following his night's experiences. The carvings now revealed layers of meaning previously inaccessible, not just historical records or ritual instructions, but sophisticated cosmological observations encoded in seemingly simple pictographs. They were much more advanced than most people realize, he commented, fingers tracing particularly complex symbol sequence with appreciation. They understood things about how the realms connect that even the Aesir don't seem to know, or at least don't acknowledge. Knowledge suppression remains among Odin's most effective strategies, Mimir noted. Convincing others that certain perspectives never existed proves more efficient than actively combating them. Many of the ancient Northmen's cosmic insights were systematically eliminated from official histories and religious teachings, relegated to superstition or forgotten entirely. At the plateau's edge, Atreus paused for one final look across this extraordinary space before their departure. In daylight, its practical advantages became more apparent, commanding views in all directions, providing both defensive security and stellar observation opportunities, natural wind barriers reducing exposure despite extreme elevation, sufficient flat area to accommodate modest gathering, while remaining inconspicuous from valleys below. "I understand why Mother would have come here," he said thoughtfully. "It combines practical security with cosmic connection, exactly the kind of place she would value." Kratos, who had completed his own assessment while allowing his son this final exploration, nodded agreement. Faye's choices had consistently demonstrated this dual consideration, meeting immediate practical needs while serving longer-term strategic purposes. This location exemplified that approach perfectly. Their descent began under clear morning skies, following the same path they had ascended the previous day, though with slightly different perspective now that terrain features had been observed once already. Kratos led with characteristic vigilance, identifying potential hazards before they developed into actual problems, occasionally extending supportive hand when particularly challenging sections required navigation. The path blade remained secured at Atreus' side, occasionally emitting subtle warmth when they passed locations where boundaries between realms apparently thinned naturally. These responses confirmed Brock's explanation of the knife's function as a detection tool for potential transition points, places where passage between conventional reality and other states might be established with appropriate application. "It's like having a map to doors we couldn't see before," Atreides observed after several such indications. "Some feel more substantial than others, though. Like some connections would be easier to open than others. Dimensional permeability varies naturally throughout the 9 realms," Mimir explained. "Some locations maintain relatively robust separation regardless of circumstances, while others experience regular fluctuation based on cosmic alignments, magical convergences, or physical characteristics of the immediate environment. They navigated the narrow passage between twin peaks with greater efficiency during descent, familiarity with specific hazards allowing more confident progress despite gravity's additional challenges when moving downward rather than up. Where ascent had required careful testing of potentially unstable surfaces, descent permitted more fluid movement based on previous successful navigation. By midday, they had reached the small valley between the third mountain and the twin peaks, pausing briefly to rest and consume modest meal from their provisions. The weather remained clear, though subtle atmospheric changes suggested potential system developing from the west. Nothing immediately threatening, but worth monitoring as they continued their journey homeward. The whispers mentioned something about twilight threshold, Atreus recalled as they prepared to resume their descent. When discussing the Pathblade's purpose, do you think they meant actual twilight, like evening, or were they referring to Ragnarok? It's sometimes called the twilight of the gods. Could indicate either or both simultaneously, Mimir replied thoughtfully. Cosmic communications often employ deliberate ambiguity, allowing multiple interpretations depending on circumstance. The boundary between day and night does represent natural transition period when certain magical operations traditionally prove more effective, yet the reference to realm conversions suggests larger cosmic transition as well. Kratos, ever focused on practical implications rather than theoretical possibilities, considered the tactical advantages of either interpretation. If the blade's functionality increases during daily twilight, we gain predictable enhancement window for potential operations. If instead its primary purpose awaits Ragnarok's onset, we must ensure proper preparation for delayed but more significant application. Or both, Atreus suggested, matching his father's practical assessment. We could use regular twilight periods to practice and develop skill with smaller transitions, preparing for whatever larger opportunity might arise during Ragnarok, assuming that actually happens the way the prophecies suggest. This balanced approach appealed to Kratos' strategic mindset, utilizing available resources for immediate benefit while maintaining readiness for potential future developments. Throughout his long existence, such pragmatic flexibility had proven more valuable than rigid adherence to single tactical doctrine or operational timeline. They continued their descent through increasingly familiar terrain, the dense forest gradually emerging around them as they left higher elevations behind. Here, patches of snow diminished between trees, whose branches provided natural shelter against direct precipitation, creating inconsistent ground cover that required careful footing to navigate safely. The path blade continued its occasional responses to boundary fluctuations, though with decreasing frequency as they moved further from the plateau's concentrated energies. Atreus noted these reactions with methodical attention, mentally mapping locations where transitions appeared more accessible for potential future reference. Do you think we could actually use it to reach Jotunheim? He asked after particularly strong blade response near distinctive rock formation. Create our own path instead of trying to find one the giants already made. Possible, Kratos allowed, considering this alternative to their previous assumption that existing pathways provided only viable approach. Though attempting new passage carries unknown risks compared to established routes, regardless of magical assistance. The 9 realms maintain separation for reasons beyond mere divine preference, Mimir cautioned. Natural laws differ substantially between domains, creating potential incompatibilities that established pathways specifically accommodate through various compensatory mechanisms. Creating entirely new connections without such adaptations could prove problematic, but not impossible, Atreus persisted, his natural optimism balancing these prudent concerns. especially if we start with smaller tests, learning how the blade works before attempting anything significant. His expression reflected growing confidence in this graduated approach. That's how Mother taught me archery, beginning with simple targets before attempting anything difficult. Kratos acknowledged this sensible methodology with slight nod, appreciating his son's developing capacity for balanced assessment rather than impulsive action. Though Atreus still demonstrated youthful enthusiasm, he increasingly tempered it with consideration of potential consequences, a maturation process essential for their continued survival in a world filled with both obvious and hidden dangers. By late afternoon, they had reached familiar hunting territory surrounding their cabin, the journey's final leg requiring minimal navigational attention given their intimate knowledge of these woods. Here, Kratos permitted slight relaxation of his constant vigilance, though never surrendering entirely to complacency, regardless of environment. The Pathblade had grown quiet against Atreus' side, apparently detecting few boundary fluctuations in this heavily warded area. Phase protective measures, they now realized, likely included specific enchantments designed to stabilize realm boundaries around their dwelling, preventing unwanted intrusions while simultaneously concealing their presence from divine detection. Mother really did think of everything, Atreus observed as this understanding crystallized. Her protections work on levels we're only beginning to comprehend. The last guardian indeed, Mimir agreed. Her preparations demonstrate remarkable foresight regarding potential threats and opportunities alike. One suspects she spent decades establishing these various safeguards while appearing to casual observation merely as reclusive wilderness dweller. Their cabin appeared precisely as they had left it the previous day, protected by both Faye's lingering enchantments and Kratos' more conventional security measures. Smoke rose from the chimney where banked embers maintained minimal warmth despite their absence. Another practical application of Faye's subtle magic that balanced usefulness against detectability. As they approached their home's threshold, the day's final light fading toward evening, the Pathblade suddenly warmed against Atreus' side, more intensely than any previous activation during their return journey. The boy placed his hand instinctively on its hilt, feeling rhythmic pulsation that matched something in the atmosphere around them, as fading sunlight created brief moment of perfect balance between day and night. Twilight threshold, he said softly, recognizing connection to the whisper's cryptic message. The blade responds to this transition point, this in-between time when it's neither fully day nor completely night. To confirm this observation, he carefully drew the Pathblade from its sheath, revealing surface now rippling with extraordinary activity, colors flowing beneath its surface with hypnotic intensity. The air around the blade appeared to distort slightly, like heat waves rising from sun-baked stone, though carrying distinct coolness rather than warmth. Fascinating, Mimir commented, observing these manifestations with scholarly interest. The daily twilight apparently activates specific properties, just as cosmic twilight, Ragnarok, might trigger more significant capabilities. Perfect practical demonstration of how natural cycles reflect cosmic ones at different scales. Kratos watched these developments with cautious assessment, alert for potential dangers while recognizing valuable opportunity for understanding the blade's functionality in controlled circumstances. "Can you sense what it responds to specifically?" he asked his son. "The general transition period or particular elements within it?" Atreus concentrated, attuning his awareness to subtle communications flowing between blade and environment. After several moments of focused attention, his expression cleared with emerging comprehension. It's the balance point specifically, the exact moment when day and night achieve perfect equilibrium. That's when boundaries between states grow most permeable, naturally, even without magical assistance. To test this understanding, he extended the blade carefully towards seemingly empty space before their cabin door, focusing his intention as Brock had instructed during their training session. The knife moved through his deliberate guidance, leaving faint luminous trail in air like artist's brush, creating marks on invisible canvas. Where this energetic line formed complete circuit, roughly oval shape approximately Atreus's height. Subtle distortion appeared, air within the boundary becoming slightly reflective, like water's surface viewed from particular angle. I think I created something, the boy said, surprise evident in his voice despite deliberate intention behind his actions. Not fully open, but thinned somehow, like a window starting to form. Mimir studied this manifestation with fascinated attention, his magical perception allowing assessment beyond ordinary vision. Indeed, you have a partial transition point, not fully realized but definitely initiated. Quite remarkable for first conscious attempt, particularly without specific destination focus. Kratos maintained greater distance, instinctive caution regarding uninvited openings to unknown destinations, regardless of who created them or with what intention. Throughout his existence, dimensional portals had rarely led toward improved circumstances, more typically introducing new complications or direct threats requiring immediate confrontation. Where does it connect to? He asked, directly, hand resting near but not upon his axe, prepared for defensive response should something unexpected emerge from the partial opening. Atreus studied the shimmering distortion with careful concentration, using the path blade to probe gently without fully penetrating the boundary. Nowhere specific yet, he answered after thorough examination. It's potential rather than actual connection, like preparing doorway before deciding which room it should open into. He looked to his father with cautious excitement. I think I could direct it toward a particular destination with proper focus, once I understand better how the targeting works. This assessment aligned with Brock's explanation of the Pathblade's functionality, creating transitions between states or locations based on wielder's intention rather than fixed enchantment. The knife served as facilitator rather than determiner, requiring conscious direction from its user rather than imposing predetermined outcomes. As they observed, the shimmering distortion gradually faded, dissipating completely as twilight deepened toward true night. The moment of perfect balance had passed, reducing natural boundary permeability that the Pathblade had temporarily enhanced through Atreus's experimental manipulation. It responds to natural cycles, the boy noted, sheathing the blade as its extraordinary activity similarly subsided, working with existing patterns rather than forcing completely artificial ones. He considered this characteristic thoughtfully. That makes sense, requiring less energy than trying to create something entirely separate from natural processes. They entered their cabin as full darkness settled across the forest, the familiar environment providing welcome contrast to extraordinary experiences of the previous day and night. Here, practicality dominated, fire requiring tending, provisions needing organization, sleeping areas awaiting preparation. These ordinary tasks offered grounding counterpoint to cosmic perspectives, glimpsed atop distant plateau. Yet subtle changes permeated even these routine activities. Particularly for Atreus, his movements demonstrated new confidence born of expanded understanding, his awareness extending beyond immediate physical environment to encompass subtle energetic patterns previously unnoticed or unrecognized. The world sight experienced beneath Aurora had apparently altered his perception permanently, if modestly. Not continuously overwhelming, but accessible when circumstances warranted attention to deeper patterns. The whispers said, "Mother prepared junctions and marked trails," he observed as they settled before crackling half after completing necessary tasks. "I think I understand better what that means now. She wasn't just leaving physical marks for us to follow, she was establishing energetic pathways, creating connections we could activate when ready." The distinction between physical marker and magical pathway often proves artificial, Mamiya commented, particularly within traditions that recognize fundamental connection between material manifestation and energetic underpinning. Your mother operated simultaneously in multiple layers of reality, each action serving multiple purposes across these various dimensions. Kratos, seated across the fire from his son, considered these observations with characteristic thoroughness. Though he rarely articulated philosophical perspectives, his long existence had provided ample opportunity to recognize patterns beyond ordinary perception, particularly regarding relationships between apparent coincidence and deeper purpose, between seemingly random event and guided intervention. "The markers lead somewhere specific," he stated with quiet certainty, "beyond scattering ashes, towards some purpose she deemed necessary, but could not accomplish directly." Atreus nodded agreement, this assessment aligning with insights gained during his expanded perception beneath the aurora. "I think she knew exactly what was coming. Not just Ragnarok generally, but specific events within it that could be changed if the right people made the right choices at key moments." His hand rested unconsciously on the path blade at his side. "She left us tools to navigate those moments when they arrive." The fire crackled softly in comfortable silence that followed these observations, each occupant of the cabin absorbed in private reflection regarding implications of their journey and discoveries. Outside, night had fully claimed the forest, stars emerging in crystal clarity through winter's thin atmosphere. No aurora illuminated the northern sky this evening, the cosmic alignment having passed its peak intensity, yet subtle energetic residue remained, particularly for those with enhanced sensitivity to such phenomena. "We should practice with the blade during twilight hours," Atreus suggested eventually, practical application emerging from theoretical understanding. "Learn its capabilities systematically before situations arise requiring immediate application." "Wise approach," Kratos agreed, recognizing sound tactical thinking in this methodical strategy. Controlled testing reveals capabilities and limitations without unnecessary risk exposure. This planned experimentation would need to balance caution with exploration, determining the Pathblade's potential without creating dangerous situations they weren't prepared to handle. Like any powerful tool, its value depended on appropriate application, guided by understanding rather than casual implementation driven by curiosity alone. As night deepened around their isolated cabin, father and son settled into restful silence. The extraordinary experiences of Plateau and Aurora integrated into an ongoing journey that continued revealing new dimensions with each significant development. What had begun as simple expedition to witness celestial phenomenon had expanded into profound revelation regarding cosmic patterns, personal heritage, and potential futures awaiting conscious navigation. The Pathblade rested quietly at Atreus's side, its immediate purpose fulfilled, yet greater potential awaiting future activation. Like knowledge itself, it represented potential rather than predetermined outcome. Tool whose ultimate significance depended on choices made by those entrusted with its power. Under the northern lights, they had glimpsed possibilities beyond ordinary perception. In days and nights to come, they would determine which of those possibilities might manifest through decisions large and small, navigating cosmic patterns without surrendering to predetermined fate. As the ancients who created the plateau's monoliths had understood, true power lay not in controlling destiny, but in recognizing junctions where conscious choice might influence which path ultimately manifested from countless potential futures. Outside their cabin, the forest stood silent sentinel under star-filled sky, patient witness to cycles both human and cosmic that continued unfolding through time, measured not in moments but in millennia. Within this greater pattern, father and son had found their place, not passive participants in predetermined drama, but active shapers of emerging reality, their journey continuing toward horizons glimpsed but not yet reached. And so our journey through the realms draws to a close for tonight. May Hypnos, god of sleep, watch over you as you drift through dreams of legendary proportions. If these tales of gods and monsters helped guide you to restful sleep, consider supporting our journey by liking this video and subscribing to the channel. Your support gives me the strength to continue sharing these stories night after night. Remember, these videos play uninterrupted through the night, with no ads to disturb your slumber, just the soothing sounds of mythic realms to accompany your dreams. For those seeking passage to exclusive content, our Patreon offers early access to all videos and special playlists crafted to enhance your sleep. The link awaits in the description below. Until our next journey together, may your sleep be deep, your dreams be mighty, and your rest be undisturbed by the conflicts of gods and men. Sleep well, brave one.